staring out over miles of land without it, but wanting to build up walls. Lift me up in your branches, we can watch the sunrise. Just a couple of bruised up souls that believe that it was worth one more try. With every star, we are born again. Open your heart and spend less time in your head. With every star, we are born again. Open your heart, spend less time in your head. They said, son, let me tell you a story. When I was young, I had dreams of glory. Oh, these mistakes seem to come like a flood. Until my days, they were done. But I don't wanna feel like wishful thinking. Pick myself up and move to the beat of my heart and my soul. Sing a song for the dreamer. I say run, let it shine that glory. Like you were young and you had no worries. Like there was no fear or doubt to fill your heart. Oh no, 'cause all your days just begun. 'Cause you don't have to feel like wishful thinking. Pick yourself up and move to the beat of your heart and soul. Sing a song for the dreamer. I'm waiting for you. Oh, yeah, I'm waiting for you. So come Let me tell you a story. When I was young, I had dreams of glory. All these mistakes seem to come like a flood, until my days, they were done. But I don't wanna feel like wishful thinking. Pick myself up and move to the beat of my heart and my soul. Sing a song for the dreamer. So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out 'cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now.
Teller du meg ned på vår... Takk. Ta vel imot på scenen Kate Hansen Bundt.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues. Good morning and welcome to this beautiful university aula with Edvard Munch's famous paintings on the walls surrounding us. As Secretary General of the Norwegian Atlantic Committee, it is my great honor to welcome you to the oldest still existing security conference in Norway, the 57th Leangkollen Security Conference. For the first time in its history, the entire conference will take place here in downtown Oslo and in May. Due to the pandemic, we choose to postpone our conference from its original dates in February, and instead of going totally digital, we postponed it till May. And I'm very glad we did. It's wonderful to see so many people in person again after a long period of restrictions and lockdown. However, to those of you who follow us online today, you are, of course, just as welcome as those sitting in front of me here in the university aula. And a special warm welcome goes to all our speakers and moderators flying in from different destinations to spend the next 2 days together with us here in Oslo. Thank you for taking your time. We should give them a big hand. The backdrop of this year's conference is graver than ever before. It exists before 24th of February 2022 and after 24th February 2022. The title of the conference is coined by history itself. The Hour of Europe is war in Ukraine and the future of transatlantic and European security. Because Russia's brutal invasion and full-scale war on an independent and sovereign Ukraine state has consequences we do not fully grasp. The war has, of course, tremendous costs for Ukraine, but also for Europe and all free democracies around the world. The brutal invasion is a turning point in the post-Cold War security order. The response from the international community has so far been extraordinary. Vladimir Putin has managed to unite the West, and our institutions, NATO and the European Union, has responded with strict measures and stand stronger than ever before. Let's hope it will continue that way. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg has recognized the current situation as the new normal, and Western leaders are continuously seeking to adapt. NATO has strengthened its military presence on its eastern flank, and several European nations have signaled that they will increase their military spending considerably. Allied nations have condemned Russian brutality and provided help and assistance to Ukraine in its fight for self-determination, peace, and independence. The US is back, at least for a period, as a main force in European security. And NATO's open door policy will foster 2 new NATO members, Sweden and Finland. But Russia's brutal behavior against civilians in Ukraine and nuclear saber rattling has also brought back fear and instability in the international system. The cause of the Ukraine-Russian war is yet unknown, and during the next 2 days, we will discuss its implications on the transatlantic alliance, key European allies and partners, the ongoing great power rivalry, and how it will change the future of war. We will end with a debate tomorrow at noon among 7 political parties represented in the Norwegian Parliament. And the political parties' youth representatives will also engage in a parallel debate this evening in the House of Culture here in Oslo, a side event organized by our youth organization, the YATA, our Young Atlantic Treaty Association. And some of them are here today to help us out. Before I pass the word on to the chair of our board, Anne-Grete Strøm-Eriksen, for a more proper welcome, I will invite you all to take part in the discussion by sending in questions over Slido. You might either use the Slido app or web browser. Please use the code DNAK, as shown on the screens. And please don't hesitate to ask our staff if you need help to pose your questions. It will also be helpful if you could write the initials of the people you want to pose the question to. And just remind me that you can read more extensively texts about the different topic and questions we are debating in our conference program. And here you will find more extensive bios of all speakers. We are very happy to show you the front page made by one of Norway's best cartoonists, Roar Hagen, in the daily newspaper VG. So please, welcome the chair of our board, former Minister of Defense and Health in Jens Stoltenberg's 2 last governments. Please, Anne-Grete Strøm-Eriksen, the podium is yours.
Ambassadors, State Secretary, professors, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. As the chair of the board of the Norwegian Atlantic Committee, it is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you to this 57th annual Leangkollen Security Conference, a highly regarded and cherished event for us who are interested in or work with matters relating to foreign security and defense policy. And it is, as Kit said, especially great to see you all in person this year after a long period of restrictions and few opportunities to meet. First, I feel need to express my admiration and gratitude to the organizers of this conference. The Norwegian Atlantic Committee, consisting of a small secretariat of only 4 employees, including Secretary General Ket Hansen-Bundt. I offer you my warmest congratulations. Formed in 1955, the Norwegian Atlantic Committee has become one of Norway's most important and respected arenas for discussion on foreign security and defense policy, with emphasis on transatlantic relations. This year's conference, with the title War in Ukraine, the Future of European and Transatlantic Security, is more timely and relevant than ever before. The aim is to focus our attention on the road ahead for the common security system in light of the Russian invasion of the democratic and sovereign state of Ukraine. A grave backdrop that changes the fundamental building blocks of how we think about security and how we organize us. In this regard, the Leangkollen Conference aims to facilitate debates and important reflection processes on how the international system can deliver swift, efficient, and coordinated solutions to our mutual security order that is currently under severe pressure. To shed light and to create fruitful discussions on these highly relevant topics, the Norwegian Atlantic Committee has invited eminent international and Norwegian experts. By looking at the names, I'm more than certain that they will help us and each other to gain more knowledge and wisdom about the new security system we see being shaped in front of us at this very moment. But now, it is my great pleasure to introduce His Excellency, the Ambassador of Ukraine to Norway, Mr. Vyacheslav Yatchuk. Please, Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Leangkollen Conference is not only the most important forum for international security in Norway, but also one of the most beautiful and charming international conferences in Europe. And I would like to begin by recalling one memory directly related to this conference, but also to our current situation. 5 years ago, the Norwegian Atlantic Committee held its annual Leangkollen Security Conference. Its open session was organized in another venue, in the premises of the Norwegian Nobel Committee on the beautiful Henrik Ibsen Street in Oslo. There were important statements by Ministers of Defense of Finland, Norway and Sweden, and a representative from the NATO headquarters. The chair of the board of the Norwegian Atlantic Committee, Madam Eriksson, in her opening remarks, recalled very pertinent words of the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. History is not written in advance. We can prevent an age of disorder if we have the will. And the title of the conference was Security in Northern Europe after Crimea, Brexit, and the US elections. And then a representative of Ukraine took the floor and addressed the audience with the following comment, and I quote, "Taking into account the successes of the Nordic model, normally it is not correct to argue with the Scandinavians. Most of what they are saying or doing can be taken as an inspiring example to follow. But there is one important observation that has to be made in relation to the title of the conference. We may well live in a post-US election world, we may well live in a post-Brexit world, but we are still not living in a post-Crimean world. This page of history has not been written yet. Ukraine is still continuing its resistance to the Russian aggression, which is the aggression not only against our common values, but the very foundations on which these values are based. And Ukraine will continue this resistance. Ukrainians are not going to give up easily. We shall fight on the beaches. But of course now is the very moment when Ukraine needs more Nordic support, when Ukraine needs more and not less of the European support. And of course, Ukraine needs more, not less, of the transatlantic solidarity. As it was stated, history is not written in advance. We can prevent the worst from coming if we have the will. It is very important that this should be duly reflected in the future decision-making process in Europe and beyond. End of quotation. Sadly, we didn't listen to the Ukrainians. We didn't succeed in gathering the will, and we didn't prevent the worst catastrophe in Europe since the end of the Second World War. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that at this dreadful hour of Europe, we Ukrainians have a special responsibility to find a delicate balance between remaining diplomatic and respectful, and yet saying everything clearly and convincingly enough in order to reach to the hearts and minds of all the Europeans, even the hearts and minds of some of the Russland Versteher who are still present in our societies, even after we have seen the terrible crimes of the Kremlin regime. We have to do this not because we want to find comfort in blaming someone for their fatal mistakes in the past, not because we want to engage into a "we told you so" exercise, but because sometimes we feel that even the current catastrophe at the very heart of Europe might not be convincing enough for us Europeans to draw the right conclusions and take the right decisions for our future. Many things will become clearer when my heroic country, with the support of its partners, wins this war for civilization, this battle for our common values, and repels the Russian invaders from its territory. But even now, in the middle of this terrible war, we have to start thinking about the most obvious lessons and our future decisions. In my short remarks, I will limit myself only to 5 such lessons that we in Ukraine deem to be of particular relevance and importance. And the lesson number 1 is, of course, that Ukraine must win. Ukraine's victory will be Europe's victory. Ukraine's victory will be the victory of freedom and human dignity over tyranny. It will be the triumph of right over might. The very essence of the European project demands the Ukrainians prevail. And understanding by Ukrainians of how their victory will look like is absolutely the same as it would be for any other European people in relation to their own country. It is a restoration of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, and then the reconstruction and modernization of the country. Ukrainians prove to be good warriors, but Ukrainians are also realistic. The Ukrainian people knows what kind of enemy they are facing. They know that their hardest sacrifices and their toughest battles for their freedom and for the values of our civilizations are most likely still ahead. And we know it is the Ukrainians only who will have to stop the Russian invaders. There is this popular anecdote in response to the Kremlin's claims that they are fighting the entire NATO in Ukraine. A Russian intellectual asks a Russian general, "What are our losses in our war with NATO in Ukraine so far?" 30,000 soldiers killed and many more wounded, some 5,000 tanks and fighting vehicles, almost 400 military aircraft and helicopters, and several thousand pieces of other weaponry, replies the general. And what are NATO losses? NATO hasn't yet arrived there, says the general. Then Russia has really compelling reasons to be afraid of that horrific NATO, concludes the intellectual. We know perfectly well that there will be no other boots on the ground in Ukraine to repel Russia. Yet even this doesn't frighten and will not stop the Ukrainian people. But when someone says Russia should not be humiliated, and if the implication is that Ukraine's victory should be somehow limited in its scope, they are poised to humiliate Russia even more. By launching this unprovoked war of aggression, the Kremlin himself imposed the most shameful disgrace on the Russian state in all 5 centuries of its known history. If someone wants to spare Russia and give it another chance for humiliation, they should be careful about what they wish for. Maybe this is an inconvenient truth, but we have to admit that the current brutality of Russia on the world scene is guided primarily by the Kremlin's conviction that Europe is weak and unprincipled, that its former leaders will continue to queue for jobs in Russian oil companies, and that the West will ultimately surrender to its blackmail. We should not send misleading signals to the Russian leadership and help the Kremlin to strengthen its illusions that Ukraine will stop its resistance and that the Western support for Ukraine and pressure on Russia are only provisional. This is not helping the cause of peace. Ukraine's sacrifices would be much heavier without the support from its partners. It is very encouraging that finally there is this prevailing understanding in Europe and beyond that the only road to restoring peace in Europe goes through the attrition of Russia's resolve to continue destroying Ukraine. And this can only be achieved by significantly upgrading the defensive potential of Ukraine and strengthening the resilience of its economy. Ukraine needs more modern weapons and more economic support from its partners. After the Ukrainian armed forces repelled the Russian invaders to the positions held before 24 February, Kyiv will sit down with Moscow for peace talks. But this is completely counterintuitive and against Europe's own interests to encourage Ukraine to do it before this is achieved. Any truce now, with the Russian troops and tanks in Ukraine, will only be used by the Kremlin as a breathing space to fortify its positions on the already occupied territories and prepare the ground for further escalation. This approach will not help to achieve peace, but only make the situation much worse for the whole Europe. Lesson number 2, the Kremlin's ability to restore its potential to wage war has to be targeted much more effectively and with a greater sense of responsibility. This is important not only for helping Ukraine to win, but for all countries in Europe to feel safe. Russia has proved to be irrational in its foreign policy choices and totally disrespectful of the laws of our civilization. But the Kremlin will not be able to disregard the laws of nature. If Russia is deprived of capacity to refuel its war machine, it will lose the ability to threaten its neighbors and other countries on our continent. However, Europe's current approach is still sending those mixed signals to the Kremlin. Since 24 February, countries of the European Union transferred to Russia more than 52 billion euros for fossil fuels. This is not about comparing this figure with only several hundred million allocated for humanitarian aid to alleviate the most acute humanitarian crisis in Europe that Russia has created. But this is to point out the most obvious inconsistency. Why to finance the revisionist power that is doing everything to undermine the European security and destroy the European project? Sanctions against Russia must be further strengthened and expanded. The world, and especially countries in Europe, have to stop buying Russian commodities. Lesson number 3, we cannot allow any longer gray zones and security vacuum in Europe. They prove to be the most powerful incentives for the Russian revisionism and one of the main reasons of the current catastrophe. For both NATO and the EU, keeping Ukraine at bay proved to be a major strategic mistake. The most credible explanation of the Kremlin's decision to attack my country is that for some internal reasons they needed another easy victory, and they expected Ukraine to be such an easy victory. Yes, Ukrainians proved the Kremlin to be very wrong. However, Russia didn't try a chance for an easy victory with any other country in Europe that would not be already in the EU or NATO. Ukraine being left outside of the major institutions of the European architecture, to a very large extent because of fears of not provoking Russia, was perceived by the Kremlin as an invitation to the aggression. Finally, we understand what was the real provocation to Russia. It was a Ukraine that was left out in the cold. So when today we hear again ideas about some kind of new alternatives to Ukraine's fully fledged membership in the EU or NATO, maybe we have to revisit the history of Europe since the end of the World War II. The very project of the European Union was brought to life as a means of preventing war in Europe, not as a mechanism for distributing subsidies to our farmers. Both the EU and NATO need to accept Ukraine as soon as possible as their new member state. This is important for the EU and NATO themselves. This is needed for the sake of establishing the lasting peace in Europe. Lesson number 4. After this war in Europe is over, our world cannot be the same again. European and Euro-Atlantic institutions failed to prevent this war. The UN Security Council, for some reasons, still remains the top prize for our diplomatic services to compete for non-permanent seats there, but this body is not discharging its responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. After this war is over, we simply will not be able to return to the business as usual. Of course, it will be up to our people and the elected leaders of our societies to take decisions on how to reform the international security system, maybe even to rebuild it entirely, but no statement on the current situation will be complete and honest without this acknowledgement. We have to start thinking already now about an upgraded or even a completely new international security architecture. There are, of course, many other important lessons and conclusions that can be drawn already now, but it is impossible to elaborate on all of them in short remarks. However, it would be very wrong not to at least mention one more lesson. If we truly believe in democracy, we should trust more and follow our own people. We should be much quicker and display more leadership in reacting to their will, especially when their will is expressed so clearly and so explicitly. We have to admit that since 24 February, most of us in the so-called elite stratum of society, politicians, diplomats, and even foreign policy and defense experts, we were seriously behind our people in responding to this most serious crisis. President Zelensky grasped the will of the Ukrainian people instantly. The nation has to stand up and fight. This is why he is applauded today as the world's bravest leader. People in all European countries and beyond know that Russia has nuclear weapons, but millions of them were instantly on the streets of all our major cities requesting to support Ukraine through all possible means. In the end, we all come to a common understanding on these matters. We are all proud of King Håkon and his Kongens Nye rather than of Minister-President Quisling. We are all proud of Charles de Gaulle rather than of Pierre Laval. And we are all proud of Churchill's "We shall fight on the beaches" rather than of Chamberlain's "Peace for our time." But it looks like people in democratic societies do not need this long historical distance to decide. They possess this important quality to distinguish very fast between the right and wrong side of history, between the right and wrong courses of action. We should trust and follow our people. Ladies and gentlemen, I will conclude at this point, and I would like to use this opportunity to thank all of you most sincerely for your important support of Ukraine at this decisive moment. Thank you.
Mr. Ambassador, I thank you very much for opening this year's conference, and let me express my deepest sympathy with your brave people and political leadership. I would like Stian Jensen, the director of the private office of NATO, to come up and share some remarks on how you look at the situation from the NATO side. Please, Stian, give him an applause.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I'd like to offer thanks to the Norwegian Atlantic Committee for inviting me and for the important work that you do for the transatlantic relationship. And it's really great to be with you here this morning. President Putin's war on Ukraine has shattered peace in Europe. It's a game changer, not only for European security, but for global security. And while we may have been shocked by the brutality of Russia's invasion, we should not be surprised. NATO warned about the invasion many months in advance. But despite our political and diplomatic efforts, President Putin chose the path of war. This is part of a pattern over many years, where Moscow uses military aggression to achieve its political aims. We should not forget the destruction of Grozny, the invasion of Georgia, the annexation of Crimea, the bombing of Aleppo, and now the war in Ukraine. I think it's also worth recalling that President Putin's ambitions go far beyond Ukraine. In the security treaties he presented to NATO and the US at the end of last year, there were demands on Ukraine, but there were also demands on NATO to refrain from further enlargement and to desist placing NATO troops in any of the newer member states, like Poland or the Baltic states. And I think it's worth recalling that these proposals amount to no less than a complete rewrite of the European security order. Now, while Russia's ability to effect this change may be limited, there is no reason to believe that the ambition will change. And Putin has demonstrated the will to take massive risk and shoulder significant cost in pursuit of these objectives. I say this because even if the war in Ukraine ends tomorrow, it doesn't solve the fundamental problem that we have a revisionist Russia bent on rewriting the security order in Europe, by force if necessary. The war in Ukraine also demonstrates how authoritarian powers come together. We are seeing a growing strategic alignment between Russia and China. For the first time, China has explicitly supported Russia in its demand to prevent further enlargement of NATO. And China has been unwilling to denounce Russia's war against Ukraine. On the contrary, they have provided political cover and support for Russia's narrative. Now, China is a very different challenge than Russia, and let me be absolutely clear. China is not NATO's adversary. But there are a number of developments that are of great concern. China has been mustering its military, economic, and diplomatic heft to intimidate and coerce other countries. Its massive military modernization is undertaken without transparency and with little or no interest in arms control. And its economic and trade policies are creating vulnerabilities and dependencies with significant security ramifications. So the war in Ukraine is to some extent only the latest symptom of a changing world, where revisionist authoritarian regimes try to use brute force and economic coercion to oppress their own people, to trample over the sovereign rights of others, and to undermine the rules-based global order. This is the new normal. And these developments have been with us for some time, and they've been clear for many years already. And I believe that how the transatlantic community responds to this challenge will be one of the defining issues of our time. From a NATO perspective, three things are of critical importance. First, we need to be firm in our support to Ukraine. First, we need to be firm and stand up for our values and principles: sovereignty, independence, and the right of all countries to freely choose their own path. And that is why it's so important that we continue to support Ukraine. For many years, NATO and NATO allies, in particular the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, have supported Ukraine with equipment and training for tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers. NATO allies are now providing billions of weapons and other assistance. And we see the difference that this is making on the battlefield every day. It's also why we welcome the applications of Finland and Sweden to join NATO. This is a historic decision. It will increase our security, and here in the Nordic region, it will open up for defense cooperation on a scale and of a scope that has not previously been possible. This is good for Finland and Sweden, and it is good for NATO, and it's good for European security. NATO enlargement has been a historic success, and it has brought peace and stability to Europe. Allies are now considering the next steps to welcome Finland and Sweden as new members. The security concerns of all allies will need to be properly taken into account, but I expect that we will reach an agreement quickly to be able to welcome Finland and Sweden as our newest members. My second point is that we need to continue to strengthen our deterrence and defense. Since the Russian annexation of Crimea, NATO has conducted the largest reinforcement of our collective defense in a generation. The fundamental transformation of NATO over the past few years is sometimes overlooked. The alliance's primary focus has shifted from crisis management abroad to collective defense at home. We have increased the defense investments, and a large majority of allies are now within reach of reaching the 2% goal. We have tripled the size of the NATO response force, deployed battle groups to the eastern part of the alliance, and we've updated our defense plans. In short, there has been a major reorientation of the alliance since 2014. All of this enabled NATO to respond rapidly to the war in Ukraine. We deployed additional forces to the east of our alliance, and today we have 40,000 troops under direct NATO command, backed by significant air and naval assets. We have doubled the number of multinational battle groups, from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. Now, we have done this to prevent a war, not to provoke a war, to make sure that there are no misunderstandings, and to prevent the war in Ukraine from escalating into an even bigger conflict and more deadly conflict between NATO and Russia. When NATO leaders meet in Madrid next month, one of the main issues on their table will be how to continue to strengthen our deterrence and defense. What is already clear, and what we already agree, is that what was sufficient yesterday will not do for tomorrow. My last point is that we need to take a broader view of defense and security. And we need to recognize that while military capability is necessary, it is not sufficient in order to safeguard our security. Potential adversaries and competitors are using all the tools at their disposal to exploit our vulnerabilities, undermine our security, and weaken our societies. For example, the war in Ukraine has exposed Europe's dependence on Russian energy imports. It has demonstrated that overdependence, particularly on authoritarian regimes, can create serious vulnerabilities. But it's not only about dependence on the important commodities we import, it is also about the key technologies we export, and through their investments in our critical infrastructure, in ports, railways, and communication networks. So we must recognize that our economic choices have repercussions for our security, and we should not trade short-term economic gain for longer-term vulnerabilities for our security. That is why NATO is helping to boost allies' societal resilience, protecting our critical infrastructure, and working together to identify our strategic dependencies. It is also why NATO's cooperation with like-minded countries across the globe has grown in recent years. Countries like Japan and Australia are now amongst our closest partners. Some claim that this is a distraction from NATO's core tasks and responsibility, and that NATO should not go global. But this is not about a global NATO. This is about working with others to protect our own security and our own interests here at home. Ladies and gentlemen, the strength of the transatlantic relationship is as important as ever. And I believe the security challenges we are faced with are of such a magnitude that no country or even no continent can manage alone. And there is no substitute for the role of the United States in European security. As the Secretary General said to a joint session of US Congress 3 years ago, he said, "It's good to have friends." I might add that in these times, it's even more important to have powerful friends. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Stian, for those words. I would like to introduce François Aisbourg, known to many of you. Professor Aisbourg is Senior Advisor at the IISS in London and also Special Advisor at the Paris-based Foundation for Strategic Research. He has been on Leangkollen before, and we are so happy to have you back, Mr.
Very much indeed.
So, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure and a great honor to be back at Leangkollen. This has been one of the collateral damages of the pandemic, and it's also a real privilege to be in this hall of beauty and knowledge. The war between Russia and Ukraine, by definition, is a binary affair. What we have is a very difficult but also very simple situation. If Ukraine succeeds, with success being defined along the lines very reasonably put forward by the ambassador from Ukraine a few minutes ago, that in practice means the end of Russia's neo-imperial project. Without Ukraine, as Big Brzezinski said some years ago, Russia could not be an empire. And conversely, if Russia succeeds, then we know that Russia's revisionist ambitions will continue unabated. And what has just been said a couple of minutes ago about the security, the so-called security treaties of last December, we should all keep in mind. But binary, difficult, simple, yes, but there is another dimension. We now have an American peer competitor called China. And this is what I would like to focus on in the coming minutes. Before the war began, there was a widespread sense, and well-founded, I would add, since both Presidents Trump and Biden made their own policy very clear on this, that America's strategic priority was going to be in the Indo-Pacific region. Not without good reason. And when the war began, one could only wonder how this stated priority and the reaction to Russia's designs in Europe and in Ukraine, how that was going to be, how it was going to interact. And here we have had one piece of simple and enormous good news. And that good news is that the United States played its leadership role in NATO, with its partners, with its allies, in the whole array of institutions which entertain friendly relations with the US, the European Union, the G7, and so on. And all of this functioned in a way, and I underscore the words "in the way," they would have functioned during the Cold War. And this was good news, and maybe for some, a good surprise, or a bad surprise if you're called Putin. And the voices, and they exist in the academic community in the US, in some of the offices in Congress, the notion that somehow one shouldn't invest too much in Ukraine because that would detract from America's capability to deal with China and ensure the security of Taiwan. Well, those voices were simply brushed aside, mercifully. The view in Washington, the understanding in Washington, was that if the United States was not able to credibly deal with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, then chances were that the United States would have little credibility in convincing China that it would maybe not be a great idea to swallow Taiwan or other assorted pieces of real estate in the Indo-Pacific region. That's the good news. Now, the more complicated news, and we'll only see in the future whether it's good or bad, is that this may not necessarily last. It may not last because of political change in the US, that's one consideration. Former President Trump's initial and continuing reaction to the war in Ukraine has not been as straightforwardly positive as that of the consensus in Congress, the quasi-consensus in Congress, and of course in the Biden administration. So we could have possibly a rude awakening as early as a bit more than 2 years. That's one possibility. The other possibility, and one which is very difficult to escape, is that American resources will indeed be increasingly stretched to cope simultaneously with the challenge of Indo-Pacific and the problems posed by Russian revisionism. The US is clearly intent, and understandably so, to increase the part of the burden shouldered by the Europeans and the other Western countries in dealing with the situation in Europe. In 10 years' time, would Washington be in a position to do what it does today in Europe vis-à-vis Russia along the terms, on the terms which are currently in place? We don't know what the answer to that is, but chances are it will not be as good a strong answer as it is today. The trend is going in the other direction. And furthermore, of course, the US interest in Europe will not be simply to deal with the joint interest in countering Russian revisionism. The American interest will be to have Europe essentially follow America's policies, support America's policies, whatever they may be, vis-à-vis China. This is natural, this is normal. And yet, of course, this is not a straightforward business. Remember only 3 years ago, just before COVID, the British thought that it was possible to have a special deal with Huawei, the Communist Party related electronics titan on 5th generation, that it was possible to have that deal while preserving the very special relationship with Washington, notably in the framework of the Five Eyes. London very quickly discovered that no, this was not possible. And the deal which had been struck with Huawei somehow disappeared and was replaced by something entirely different. Other countries in Europe, notably those who are part of we don't know now how many members there are, the G16 between China and the former communist and a number of former communist countries in Europe. Here again, they thought, yeah, we can build a great multilateral and bilateral relationship with the US in the field of security and have the Chinese essentially control the online economy of their countries over the next 10 or 20 years. Well, here again, think again. It didn't happen. So then the question becomes, how do we deal with this potentially, and in some cases, actually divided situation? This is not going to be as easy as some people may think. And here I would make 2 points. The first is that we have to start, and this is very much on the mind of the folks at NATO, to their credit, to have a serious discussion, an ongoing discussion, on how will we deal as allies in the NATO framework and in other frameworks with the China challenge, while not undermining each other's interests, and the interests of Europe and the United States are not always identical when it comes to matters relating to China, as the examples which I put forward have just demonstrated. And one can find other areas like finance and the monetary arena. That's the first thing to do, and what should be on that agenda? Of course, whether we should be seeing China and Russia as part of a single theater or as two interconnected theaters. My standpoint as a strategic analyst is that you have two basic principles in strategy, amongst others. The first one is that you divide your enemies rather than unite them. And that means that, no, you don't say that they are part of one single theater and that they should both be treated similarly as enemies. You should, on the contrary, find ways of dividing them. And you also have to prioritize your fights. In 1941, even before Pearl Harbor, the United States and the United Kingdom had the immense good sense, and we all had the immense good fortune that a priority was established between the two theaters, the existing European theater and the emerging Pacific theater. And it was decided, despite the very obvious American interest in the Pacific, that it had to be Germany first and Japan second. This is this kind of thinking that we need to have in mind when we get into the China discussion. The other element, of course, and here I will end on that note, is that, yes, the Europeans are going to have to do much more on their own penny, and it's more than a penny, in the field of defense, that yes, the European pillar of NATO is going to have to be serious in what it can do, and in some cases in what it can do without the Americans being necessarily involved. Here again, this is not obvious, but at least the war in Ukraine has woken us up. There now isn't a single country which will dare say, no, I will not reach 2% of GDP by 2025. That's immensely good news. And I'm sure that Norway, as others, will do its particular share. So in conclusion, let me move for 1 second to another theater. We are going to have Sweden and Finland in NATO. This is immensely good news. I have been involved in the Finnish debate for some years, and I'm absolutely overjoyed at how all of this is happening. But from good news also flows the need to think about what is going to go wrong next. The good news is that we now have a northern theater, homogeneous in strategic terms, Baltic, Nordic, call it what you will. We have a central theater, and then what do we have? We have Southeast, Balkan, Black Sea theater, not sure what to call it. Here we have gray zones. Here we have opportunities for Putin and his people to work on the revisionist agenda. We are going to collectively have to work much more than we currently are on Southeast Europe. So one of the consequences of Finland and Sweden joining, one of the consequences of this success is that people in the north are going to have to think much more about the south. That is not an obvious conclusion, but that, I think, is going to be the reality. Thank you very much indeed, and once again, it's been a real pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that challenge.
You take care.
Okay, thank you for that challenge. The people of the North will have to think much more about the South when Finland and Sweden is entering NATO. What could be more properly than to invite our State Secretary from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at this moment. Eivind Wad Pettersson is the State Secretary to Anniken Huitfeldt. Please come to the podium, and we are really looking forward to hear what you have to tell us today.
Thank you very much. My grandparents experienced World War II, and the rallying cry for their generation became, of course, as all Norwegians here today will know, the rallying cry was never again. And much to their joy, that dream came true. They lived to see their children and grandchildren grow up in a Norway at peace a deep peace even. Now, war is of course back in Europe, and Russia's attack on Ukraine fades in comparison to anything that we have seen since 1945. In scale, in its brutality, in its senselessness. 5.5 million Ukrainians have fled the war. That is more than the entire population of Norway. And we may have neglected the lessons from 1945 and underestimated the security implications of Russia's descent into totalitarianism, but we have not forgotten who we are. Ukraine is fighting for its freedom, its democracy, even its right to exist. And we, Europe, North America, and countries far beyond our region, are standing firmly by their side. Prediction is fraught with uncertainty, and we are still in the early days of this war. But allow me to share some preliminary takeaways in quick succession as a basis for further discussion. Firstly, Ukraine will need our support for the long haul. We may have been quick to respond, but that is not enough. We need to stay the course during the war, but also when the war one day comes to an end. All strands of work matter. We must keep up our political, military, economic, and humanitarian assistance. Norway and the Norwegian government has already provided substantial support to Ukraine in a number of areas. But let me be clear, we are ready to do more, we are preparing to do more, and we will do a lot more to support Ukraine as well. Secondly, Putin may have underestimated Euro-Atlantic unity in the short term, but we should not underestimate the challenge of preserving our unity in the long term. In my mind, addressing the repercussions of the crisis on the European and American economies will be key. Inflation is now rapidly increasing across the globe, adding to pressures caused by the post-COVID recovery. This is not sustainable in the long run, and by experience we know that it may fuel isolationism and populism. It may undermine our cohesion, it may destabilize fragile states and divert our attention. Hence, we have to address it. My third takeaway, the war has demonstrated the effectiveness of NATO's deterrence. But there can be no going back to business as usual when it comes to our deterrence posture in the East. The war will leave Russia weaker, but possibly also more errant and unpredictable. Even in the best case scenarios, whatever the outcome, NATO will need to strengthen its posture in the East, notably in the Baltic states, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria, and in a way that we can sustain beyond this crisis. In the coming years, along the eastern flank, we can expect more military activity both from NATO and Russia. To avoid misunderstandings and an unintended escalation, we need to keep political and military channels of communication open with Moscow. We need to manage risks. A more unpredictable Russia makes this critically important. Norway will support efforts to this end at the upcoming NATO summit and in the strategic concept. Fourthly, Norway's defense concept remains robust and has proven its merits during the initial stages of this war and this crisis. Indeed, tension in the Arctic has remained low despite the ongoing war. Our defense concept continues to rely on reinforcements in crisis or war, not on permanent basing in peacetime. To keep that concept viable, though, we have to continue to train and exercise with our allies and make sure our infrastructure is fit for purpose. To this end, in a few weeks' time, Parliament is expected to ratify a supplementary defense agreement with the US, and we remain committed to strengthening our national defense. Earlier this year, we hosted the exercise called Response, and a few weeks ago, the government also allocated a supplementary grant of 3 billion kroner to our armed forces. Much remains to be done, but I'm confident that we are indeed on the right track. The fifth takeaway, Sweden and Finland will become NATO members, and for our region, this is a game changer. 73 years ago, we gave up the dream of a Nordic security alliance. Now we will be united within the NATO framework, and that opens a range of new possibilities. Sweden and Finland will make NATO stronger and Scandinavia more secure. And in the north, their membership paves the way for more integrated defense planning across the Nordic and possibly also the Baltic region. In December last year, the government appointed a defense commission to provide advice on the long-term development of our defense. I'm looking forward to their conclusions on Nordic cooperation, because the future potential is huge. Sixth takeaway. The war in Ukraine has laid bare the risk that Russian expansionism poses to NATO partners, and especially those who aspire for membership. Our open door policy is not credible if Russia is ready to close that door at any time. Now, the alliance cannot extend security guarantees to non-members, but we can tailor our partnerships to this new reality by putting more emphasis on defense and interoperability, enabling partners to better protect themselves. And I see no reason why we shouldn't resort to more common funding to achieve this end. We need to be more agile, and we must be able to muster the necessary resources on short notice. Finally, but importantly, none of us knows what Russia will look like in 1, 2, or 10 years, nor what its relations with the West might be. One crisis can lead to another, but crisis can also foster surprising opportunities. Indeed, much of the security architecture of the past 70 years was born on the ashes of previous crises, and we must be ready to grasp opportunities if they emerge. We are not there today, however, and we will not be there as long as Russia pursues its current course. Russia must end its senseless war and re-engage with the outside world on normal terms. But we should not give up the long-term vision of a normal relationship. An unstable and imperialistic neighbor is in no one's interest, and Russia is too large to be ignored. As for Norway, we have aligned ourselves closely with the EU when it comes to sanctions. And we maintain a limited practical cooperation with Russia in the north, focused on matters that neighbors have to handle together, whatever the state of the relations, such as the management of fishery resources, environmental issues, and search and rescue. I have asked myself what my grandparents would have said in the current situation had they still been alive. I suspect they would have said, never again. And while that certainly is good advice, planning for the future based on the latest crisis can leave us myopic and unprepared. Indeed, Russia's war against Ukraine does not stop the emergence of new and disruptive technologies. It does not slow down China's emergence as a superpower, nor does it put an end to the militarization of space and cyberspace. Deep tectonic shifts continue, and we have to adapt. But whatever it takes, I'm convinced that we stand a better chance to succeed if we stand together. And that is why Norway remains a deeply committed, not only to NATO, but also to building strong relations with individual allies, with the European Union, and with our Nordic neighbors. And this is also where Ukraine belongs, Mr. Ambassador, in the heart of the Euro-Atlantic family. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. I would like the panelists to come up to the scene together with me, and then we will have a Q&A. I've got some questions on Slido already. Please, if you would like to ask questions, you can send in those here using DNAK. I think Stian there. Val Pedersen der borte. Icebor there. And we'll find some water on the side. Please, Ambassador. Thank you very much for these remarks. And we find ourselves in a completely different situation than we did on the beginning of this year. And I would like to ask you, Mr. Ambassador, How do you feel after 5 years in Norway? How do you feel the support of the Norwegian people and the government for your fight so far? Is it enough? Could we do more? Do you have any appeal to us?
Thank you. First of all, of course, I'm very privileged to be ambassador to your great country. For me, Norway has never been a small country, taking into account all your successes that you achieved, how you organized your life. Regarding the support from Norway, I made a hint even in my introductory remarks that, of course, if there were more support from Norway, but also from all partners in the not only Euro-Atlantic community, but in the community of values to Ukraine, this would play this restraining effect on Russia, and maybe Russia wouldn't dare to attack Ukraine. We know the story. There was not sufficient support to Ukraine. Even after 2014, even after Crimea was annexed, even when parts of the Ukrainian Donbas were occupied. But of course, today we are very much encouraged by very swift and resolute reaction of both Norway, but also of all our other partners. Only on 23rd of February, I had a very difficult discussion with one of the members of the government of Norway regarding arms supplies to Ukraine. And then after 24th of February, already on the next day, Norwegian government took this historical decision. Norway never supplied weapons to any areas of war since 1959. And now we received already several very important supplies from Norway. And also there is financial assistance, there is humanitarian support. We hope very much on Norway's energy support, taking into account its leadership positions in this sphere. But of course, we want more action on restraining activities, economic activities with Russia. Even if I have heard what Mr. State Secretary said about, for example, leaving some space for fisheries activities. Frankly speaking, we don't understand why Russian fisheries should be allowed to have this window of income in Norway. But actually, other bigger companies in Norway still import a lot of commodities from Russia, and maybe this should be scaled down gradually, because this is financing the Russian military machine. But otherwise, I'm most grateful to Norway for its current support.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Then I would like to ask about Pettersson. You mentioned in your speech that the tension in the north of Europe and north of Norway must be kept low while we have war in the south. How can you see that Russia is behaving differently in the north than it is in the south? And how can we keep on fishery cooperation during this time?
Well, thank you for that question. Well, one observation is that Russia and the Russian military forces are somewhat occupied for the time being.
Yeah.
And we see those effects in many regions, including, of course, in the high north, where, as I said, tensions have luckily remained fairly low. Our aim is that it should continue to be that way. I also made a brief reference to the major military exercise called Response that took place over a number of weeks, even months, this late winter. It had been planned for years in advance. It was a very, very large military exercise, roughly 30 participating countries, roughly 30,000 troops in northern Norway. You could imagine there were voices recommending us to postpone or downscale the exercise because of the circumstances. We did not do that. because an important part of the Norwegian security policy approach in the High North is to be predictable. This had been long planned, information had been shared, and we stick with the plans and are very grateful to all the partners and allies that took part in that exercise. As for the fisheries sector, Norway is not in a position to choose our own geography. Among many fields of tension with Russia, the way we've been able to cooperate on fisheries, on management of the cod stocks in the High North is an exception in the sense that it's actually a success story. And it's an important example on relations with Russia, providing a contrast to what you often hear from Moscow, in that international relations is a zero-sum game. You either win or you lose. The way we've been able to cooperate with Russia on fisheries management has, in essence, been win-win by cooperating on setting quotas. There's been more for everyone. We align ourselves fully with all the EU sanctions. EU sanctions actually does not include fishing boats, and so we have that same provision in the Norwegian approach. And let me also add that the full amount of the total sum of all the sanctions are historic in nature, and they are continuing to grow. Discussions are now in the final phases on the 6th package with the EU, and the Norwegian government is ready to join that as well. But we are also in a place now globally with food prices rising. I'm just mentioning it as another reason, while fisheries, food production as such, is an area where we would still like to have maintained practical cooperation with the Russian side. Of course, no political cooperation, but the practical cooperation we aim to continue.
Okay, Francois, you was mentioning the gray zones in the European security architecture, and that maybe the North has to look more to the South. What can we do in concrete measures to, I don't know, fill the gap of those who are not yet NATO members?
Yeah, this is a very important question, notably because we see that in the Southwest Balkans in particular, Russia has scores to settle. Putin was head of the FSB when the infamous Russian raid on Pristina happened in 1999 in Kosovo, using the so-called peacekeeping forces which Russia had in Bosnia. He perceived the failure of this egregious Russian foray as a humiliation. As so often when Putin mentions humiliation, it's the humiliation of failure, not the humiliation exacted by others. What will the Republika Srpska do in the next few weeks or months? I do not know. But if I am looking for trouble, which doesn't cost me very much, but which will distract my opponents, this is a fairly natural place to operate. And broadening the theater, of course, there are the issues about Moldova and Transnistria. Everybody is aware of them. But since we are on that part of the European theater, a word here on what is going to be a very hot summer in the Black Sea, and that is the issue of the breaking of the blockade. You just mentioned the food issue. This is going to talk about the transformative effects of the war on the global order, which Ambassador, you mentioned as well. This is one of the really big transformations. The countries of West Africa, the countries of the Middle East, Indonesia and Southeast Asia, etc., are already suffering, as we all are to varying degrees, from the price increases. But this is not going to be simply about price increases. This is going to be about physical scarcity. riots, famine, notably in countries, some of which voted to abstain on the resolutions in the UN condemning Russia. Here is a big opportunity, by the way, for a country like Norway, as well as for the members of the EU, and that is to try to mobilize the countries of the African Union, of the Arab League, of ASEAN, to dare the Russians to veto a resolution in the Security Council, lifting the blockade, allowing the demining of the waters of the Black Sea, allowing the escort of naval vessels who would accompany the merchant ships to take out the millions and millions of tons of winter wheat which are going to come on stream in the month of June. That's next month, by the way. And of course the other cereals, grains, which will be harvested in the subsequent months. Here, countries which have navies, Norway is one, and countries which have a lot of experience in working with the lesser developing countries in a mediating format. This is one where Norway could actually play a substantial role.
Stian Jensen, I would like to ask you if has NATO been discussing any new about the gray zones, how you can make changes? Has this been a part of the whole debate about the new strategic concept? What you are going to do with partner countries in the southern part of Europe?
But I think that's been pointed out here. I mean, what you want to call these countries, in-betweens, grain zones, whatever it is. I mean, it rightly, as the ambassador also pointed out, it is a conundrum. How can we, on the one hand, give these countries in between a credible Euro-Atlantic perspective, but at the same time ensure that that doesn't create a security dilemma for them? I mean, that is a real challenge. And that's an issue that's being discussed, but I don't think there's any, I don't think anybody has the answer to that. What I would say is, of course, that one thing that is crucially important is that we need to support these countries now. And I think that's also the lesson from Ukraine, that we should support Ukraine before the war. I mean, we should certainly support them now, but we should have supported them more before the war. A few allies did, UK, Canada, US, first and foremost. Others did not. And I think that's one lesson, is that we should provide support now and not leave it till later. But you're absolutely right. I mean, it is a conundrum that we will have to deal with. If I could also just offer a very quick comment on what was said on the High North here, and I think Val Pettersen said that Russia is too big to ignore. I completely agree, and we do need to find some sort of arrangement where at least we can manage what is a fundamentally very, very difficult relationship, probably for the long term. But I think it's worth keeping two things in mind. First of all, we face one Russia. We don't face one Russia in the High North, another Russia in the Mediterranean, and a third Russia in the Black Sea or Ukraine. It's one Russia, driven by the same ambitions as the same regime. The other thing, of course, sitting in Brussels, when you look at the High North, is that, I mean, this is an area of growing strategic importance for all allies. And when you look at some of the Russian military activity, reopening Soviet-era bases, of course, the importance of the nuclear deterrent based on the Kola Peninsula, I think we should expect that this will come a region of increased military activity for the future. And one should not forget, of course, that from NATO's perspective, 4 out of 5 Arctic littoral states are NATO nations. So this is a natural place to operate, not only for Norwegian forces, but also for NATO forces more generally.
I have to ask you a question, Stian, on how you will proceed with the Finnish and Swedish membership in NATO. We know that Turkey has made some complaints, and do you see this will affect the time plan on the Finnish and Swedish membership?
I mean, first of all, let me just reiterate again that we welcome the Finnish and Swedish applications. As I said, I think this is good for Finland and Sweden. It's good for NATO, and it's good for European security. And all allies stand firmly behind NATO's open door policy. Then Turkey has voiced certain, I don't know if I would characterize them as complaints, but certain concerns. Those will obviously need to be taken into account. I think, when one looks at this from a Turkish perspective, and I think it's worth keeping in mind that, of course, seen from Turkey, they shoulder an enormous burden when it comes to terrorism. No other NATO ally has suffered as much from terrorism as Turkey. And I think, to some extent, legitimately, they feel they should have more support from their NATO allies. They also shoulder an enormous burden when it comes to refugees, hosting about 4 million refugees at the moment. And of course, they legitimately, to some extent, point out that in the absence of NATO allies being willing to export arms to them, they have no other choice but to go elsewhere. And I think some of these issues we need to recognize them for what they are and take certain steps to address them. Now, all of these issues are things that are very familiar to NATO, and we have some experience in dealing with them. So I have every expectation that we'll find a reasonably quick way forward. But I'm not going to give you an exact date today.
I had to ask you. Mr. Ambassador, listening to your president, I think it was yesterday or the day before, he said that the only way out of this war is a diplomatic solution. How do you see the end state? How do you see the way forward to reach some kind of solution? The war must one day end.
Yes, thank you for this important question. I think my president said that in the end it will be a diplomatic solution, but there is this very good Nordic approach, first things first. And the very first thing would be to help Ukraine to win and for Ukraine to win. There are fair chances for Ukraine to prevail in this confrontation, especially if we stick to what we see as our victory. This is our country liberated from the currently occupied invaders. If you look at Russia and Russian Empire in the past, they very rarely won those wars of aggression or wars of invasion. You can recall the Russian-Japanese war or Northern War with Finland or war in Afghanistan. They always lost, so we shouldn't have such high expectations from Russia performance. And Ukraine so far proved that it can win this war. But of course, the most important is to deprive Russia of ability to refuel its armed forces and then to strengthen Ukrainian defenses. This, by the way, could help to alleviate this global food crisis. If we deblockade our ports, we will be able to export our grain to all these world markets. But in the end, when we liberate our currently occupied territories to the situation before 24th February, when, of course, we will sit down with Russia at the negotiating table. Whether it will be one-to-one with Russia or we will invite our most important partners, we will decide together. But yes, there will be some kind of diplomatic solution. In the middle of the war, maybe it's too premature to anticipate what are outlines of these diplomatic solutions, but evidently we have to not allow Russia to be any more a threat to its neighbors, neither to Ukraine nor to any other neighbors.
Then we will reach Francois's positive scenario, where the Russian imperial ambitions are rolled back. And I would like to use the last 5 minutes on China. All of you mentioned also China. And to see Russia and China separately. As you said, first thing first, Ambassador. Maybe we should take Russia first and then look at China. But I have a lot of questions here going on how to cope with China from NATO side, also from the big European nation side. I will start with you, Francois.
Yeah, first of all, both the US and Russia consider that China is a major element in this configuration. And both consider that it's not one single theater, but two interconnected theaters. So what does Putin do? He goes to the Olympic Games in the middle of the COVID lockdown in China and has a communique with Xi Jinping, which looked, when the war broke out, as an enabling communique, although in practice it turned out to be rather less than that. Their things are, I think, relatively clear. The positions of the Americans and of the Russians are well known, and the Chinese defend their own national interest. I give two examples. One is India and China are strategic rivals, as everybody knows. China is a strategic partner of Russia, and India is a strategic partner of Russia. Russia does not fight China in India.
No.
This is another way of outlining the limits of the partnership. It's not an alliance, and we should do what it takes to avoid that it becomes an alliance. Second thing is about the role of Europe. Europe's interests overlap with those of the US and China, but they are not identical. And the manner in which interests are defended can also be more or less divisive. Last September, there was a terrible kerfuffle between the French on the one hand, the Americans, the Brits, and the Australians on the other, about the so-called AUKUS affair.
Yeah.
I won't go into any sort of detail. It would be fun, sort of, but not terribly relevant. But what was relevant?
We will get the opportunity later to
But what was relevant was that the American president and the French president had to decide at that very moment, when relations were down to rock bottom, the worst they had been since the 60s, they had to decide, are we going to have the first meeting, the very first meeting of the newly built US-EU Trade and Technology Commission. And they both decided, and this was obviously an excellent thing, but it was certainly not something which came naturally, to hold the meeting. And now we have a big and deep process of trying to align American and European attitudes, norms, decisions, postures, when it comes to the technology battlefield, which is, of course, one of the major battlefields between dictatorial China and the liberal democracies. This is a good example of how bad it can get, but also of how smart diplomacy can overcome the very real difficulties. But this is going to be our daily bread for the next 20, 30 years.
It will. I have 11 seconds left. And
I'm sorry.
Ask Stian Jensen, how are you wording in the new strategic concept on China? And would it be a good idea if NATO opened up for a China-NATO council?
I'm not going to... Let's see what we can agree in the strategic concept. I mean, what I would say is that I think the discussions around China is going to be very central to that concept. Keep in mind that the current strategic concept doesn't mention China at all, not a word.
It's 12 years old.
It's 12 years old. It may say something about that concept, but also says something about what has happened in the intervening 12 years. And at least as we look at it, NATO allies will need to find some sort of common ground and a common basis for how to deal with China. It doesn't mean we have to agree on everything, but I think for the future of the transatlantic relationship, unless that can rest on a solid foundation in terms of an agreement on the big picture, in terms of how we deal with China, I think that's actually a defining challenge. And you will all know this, when even now you go to Washington, you speak to people, it's about China. That is the main challenge. It's not Russia. I would also say that I think for Europeans, this is not an issue. There are a variety of views on this issue within NATO, but it's not necessarily an issue on Europeans on the one hand and the Americans on the other. There are a variety of views on the European side. And I would also say that I think the conversation has moved on quite significantly in the last 2 to 3 years. At least go back to the early discussions we had on 5G back in 2018, 2019.
Yeah.
And back then, I think China relations in Europe were mostly regarded as economic issues, financial issues, trade issues. It is now increasingly being seen as a security issue. It doesn't mean, now let me be very clear about that, China is not an adversary.
No.
Certainly not an adversary of NATO, and a very different challenge than Russia. But it is a challenge. I think we need to recognize that, and the way we come to terms to that as a transatlantic community is going to be supremely important.
And I guess we can know a little bit about how our new world order led by China will look like. But I have to thank you. We are 2 minutes on overtime. People want some coffee, I guess. Thank you very much for this interesting discussion and your remarks. Give them a big hand. I have coffee will be served outside because in this beautiful room we are not allowed to take coffee inside. You will leave on the left side of the building, you will find some tents where it will be served coffee. And please ask our crew if you don't find it. And please be back at 11:30. Thank you.
Mine damer og herrer, da starter vi opp straks. Vær vennlig å finne deres plasser.
Welcome back to session 2. I hope you enjoyed the coffee. And it seems like it's sun outside. That's really beautiful. That's promising for our lunch, because that's also going to be outside in the tents and then in the breakfast cellar outside on the left of the building. But before that, we are going to dig into the Great Power Game. We have called this session the Resumption of Great Power Rivalry. We have already touched upon China, and I will ask Mr. Stephen Langer to come up to the scene. He is the chief diplomatic correspondent in Europe for New York Times. I hope most of you read that daily. And he's based in Brussels since 2017. Stephen, you can use the podium. And he's a recipient of many awards, among others, the 2017 Pulitzer Prize, and also the Pulitzer Prize in 2002. Please, Stephen Langen, give him an applause.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It is a wonderful honor to be here. I spent a lot of time here, a month, during the Breivik crisis, and it is worth saying how much Norway impressed me at the time. The king, the prime minister, now NATO Gensek, just the way the country came together in this horrible moment. And so I do want to acknowledge that. Countries don't go through these things very often, but Norway came through it very, very well. And I've also come to a bunch of Nobel Prize speeches in the other Munch room called City Hall. And the first one I ever did was Elie Wiesel, and I remember that very, very well. Very moving. So here we are in the middle of a crisis. Sometimes we exaggerate the importance of crises because more crises happen. But this seems to me, on one level, a continuation of the war in Ukraine that began in 2014, 2015, which we didn't take seriously enough. But in a way, it's also a continuation of a rejection by Vladimir Putin, beginning at least in 2007, to the international post-Cold War order, which he felt was imposed on Russia at its weakest point, and which he never particularly accepted. So you can argue that in some ways, what he's done in Ukraine was pretty shocking, and it is, because it's not little green men, but long-range artillery, bombers, and tanks. It's a whole different order of being. And of course, that has been a great prise de conscience, a big wake-up call for everyone in Europe, including Sweden and Finland, but also including a whole generation, let's call them the millennials, kids who grew up for 30 years with the idea of war being absurd, being something else, being something, Asian, African, Afghanistan, but not us. So this will affect their lives forever, I think, at least their incomes forever, their taxes, the way their countries look at the military, and it will militarize our societies in ways that are rather tragic, it seems to me, but probably inevitable. and there'll be a lot more troops around, particularly on what we like to call the eastern flank, and the strategic space that Ukraine represented between Poland and Russia, between NATO and Russia. I mean, we call it, these were gray zones, but they're also, in a way, in NATO terms, comfortable spaces. Those are gone. So it's a big change. Now, part of what I've been asked to talk about is the US back? Well, of course, I'd argue in a way that the US never left. I think it's a great exaggeration to think that the US left. The US is always interested in Europe and in the alliance, and it meddles as it can, all out of altruism, to be sure. But after all, it was Obama, the sainted Obama, who many of us miss, who pulled tanks and troops out of Europe. And then Crimea came, and it was Obama who didn't want to send javelins to Ukraine or any kind of weaponry. And it was Trump who put the troops back in, or allowed them to come back in. It was under Trump that the enhanced forward brigades were put into Poland and into the Baltic states. Now, the headlines were terrifying. You know, Trump calls NATO obsolete, Trump bashes allies. But the fact is, by a skinny margin, the system worked, and he was restrained from doing anything incredibly stupid, though he said many stupid things. And as I say, the US military commitment to Europe actually increased during the Trump presidency in ways that send direct signals to Russia, and it also involved serious training of the Ukrainian army in ways we see the benefit of today. This was mentioned earlier, but the US, the UK, Canada did most of that work, and it's been very good work, and it continues to this day. Now, I don't want to exaggerate. You know, of course, Trump wanted to punish Germany and reduce troops, and he drove everyone nuts and made many Europeans think he was about to destroy the world. And maybe he tried, but he then got attracted by some other shiny new thing, like North Korea and his love for Kim Jong-un, whatever. Now, Joe Biden is someone I've known for a really, really long time. No one could be a correspondent in Washington dealing with foreign affairs and not know Joe Biden. It was impossible. And the younger Joe Biden was pretty impressive. I mean, this Joe Biden, I think, is better in meetings than he sometimes appears. Even today, by the way, in Tokyo, he suddenly announced the US would defend Taiwan militarily, which was quite an extraordinary statement. That's not much strategic ambiguity there. And we don't know how much his own people will try to walk that back in the hours to come. But Biden is, in a way, I've always thought of him, he's the last transatlanticist. I mean, it's partly his generation, but it's his instinct, and it's really his care. I mean, he really does believe in the alliance, and he really does believe that the United States is better for having European friends and allies, and that Europe is better for it too. And actually, Biden, unlike Trump, certainly doesn't ask for a big price for that alliance. He sees it as crucial. But they had a terribly rocky start, as you know. I mean, I once said to Jake Sullivan, I thought you guys were the competent ones. What happened over Afghanistan, for instance, and even over AUKUS? But what they've done with Ukraine, it's quite hard to fault. They have brought allies along. They've worked hard, even with the European Union, to coordinate sanctions. That's not always, as you all know, the easiest task because of 27 countries with different issues. But they've listened, they've spent time in Brussels, they've cared. And I think they've shown that US leadership is important. You could argue, some have argued, that in a way it recreates a dependency that Europe has been trying to shed, because the Germans, for instance, have been very happy to nestle again under the arm of American leadership, when, of course, the French would prefer that Europe be better able to define its own interests and not rely on the Americans quite so much. There are obviously worries about Biden. There are worries about the midterms. There are worries about Trump or someone like Trump coming back. Those are real concerns. They're legitimate concerns. But I would want to stress to you that among the few things that have bipartisan support in the United States and in Congress is NATO. I mean, Senate, House, completely bipartisan support. There's very little opposition to helping Ukraine. $40 billion were just appropriated, $40 billion. I mean, the French, if I could be wrong, spend about 41 billion euros a year on defense. And $40 billion is more than at least Russia's whole military budget. So it's quite serious. And it is intriguing, others have said this before me, but with Sweden and Finland, 23 of the EU's 27 members will be part of NATO. So it becomes less interesting to try to divide the two. I mean, the things will be harder, of course, or could get harder, but it's harder to think of them as really separate anymore, particularly given the four that are not part of NATO aren't really considered very important military or strategic partners. There is impatience in Washington, without question, to get back to China, where the real rivalry is. The peer competitor, as Francois said, it's not just ideological, but it's technical, trade, scientific, regional. The issue of containment keeps coming up, but China can't be limited. I think it can be discussed. Perhaps it can be contained. But China also, it's worth stressing, they feel they have the wind in their sails. It's a matter of self-confidence. Xi Jinping is very arrogant, very blustery. He's sure that the United States is in decline, that the West is in decline, not just Russia in decline. And he's quite happy to have the West and Russia fighting themselves through the Ukrainians. Now, the Chinese have been embarrassed by this war, to be sure, but I think they consider their rise is inexorable, inevitable, and unstoppable. So there will be lots to come. I mean, if the issue here is superpower rivalries, well, it's only those two now. I think Russia, at the end of this war, if it ends, and no matter how it ends, Russia will be weakened. It will be more dependent on China. It will need new markets for its energy. So we'll see how it ends. The last point I would make here, because I think it's important, this war also, I think, is very bad news for our multilateral institutions and rules, because they have basically failed. So one wonders what happens in the end to the UN with both Russia and China on the Security Council, even more isolated and angry than before. Does the OECD have any kind of future without Russia? What happens to European security order, let alone the World Trade Organization? And of course, we're all dealing with a newer world of secondary economic sanctions, which is warfare, which the Chinese have been studying for some time now. So I've overextended my time, but I think these are themes that all of us can easily discuss, and I thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yes, sit down. Thank you very much, Stephen, for reminding us that in the UN, only it was 53% of the population of the world did not condemn the Russian attack on Ukraine, and big countries like China, India, South Africa did not vote for the West. Let me introduce the next speaker, who's going to talk about Russia's geopolitical vision. It's our good friend Katarzyna Sisk. Please come up to the podium. She's professor at the Norwegian Institute of Defense Studies at the Norwegian Defense University College. And for the time being, she is a guest professor at Sciences Po in Paris. She came yesterday from Paris, and we are so happy to have you here, Katarzyna. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kate. This is a wonderful opportunity, a privilege to be here to address this public, especially during so timely, at such a timely event. So I have decided to devote these introductory remarks to set out several observations and arguments about some of the long-standing traits, pillars in the Russian geopolitical vision, its implications for European security and the international order. In the end, I'll reflect a little bit on the current events, but I'm sure we'll get there in our panel. So much attention has been devoted to one of the fundamental Russian objectives we have been confronted with over the years, and especially during this crisis, which is namely to erode and change the European security order. This objective, however, precedes both Russian invasions of Ukraine, the current one, and in 2014. You may remember that Russia has attempted on a number of occasions politically to achieve this goal, including when President Dmitry Medvedev presented a draft of European Security Treaty in 2009, which proposed a vision for European security order being based predominantly on political military power, seen as playing a determining role today. Unable to achieve its objective politically, over the years, Russia has attacked the security system order increasingly assertively, using cyber attacks, launching propaganda operations, fake news, manipulations of electoral processes in various countries in Europe and beyond, launching paramilitary operations in certain countries, exporting corruption and influence to get to politicians across Europe, the Western world and beyond. Then subsequently, Russia has used the military means to achieve its objective. You may remember that in 2014, Putin said, new rules or no rules, concisely summing up the increasingly aggressive contest of the status quo. Some of the central features in the Russian view of the international order, however, they have very long roots. They go back to Soviet and even farther Russian history. The Russian authorities have long postulated what Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov called for an acute need for an alternative form of collective leadership by great powers. He has made direct links to 19th century, to a variation of a system based on a balance of power principle and non-confrontational mutual containment, which was established during the Congress of Vienna in 1815 after Napoleon's defeat. Lavrov called it a new concept of great powers for the 21st century. And back in 2007, he pointed at the United States, Russia, and the European Union as a sort of this leadership in the most important European and even global affairs. In 2017, a similar idea pointed at the United States, Russia, and China as a leading triumvirate, possibly with support with some other major powers like France and Germany. And this vision of an alternative international order, it underlines continuity in Russian foreign policy, and the Russian authorities, they point at themselves. Lavrov has put it, quote, Russia has borne a significant share of burden of equilibrium maintenance in European and world politics for 300 years, unquote. He has also argued that in periods when Russia gave up this responsibility, it tended to lead the continent to catastrophe. So this also highlights another long-standing feature in the self-perception of Russia as being a unique civilization with a special, even messianic mission in world affairs. A related major feature in the Russian worldview is the classical Westphalian order, with traditionally defined state sovereignty, a core principle of territoriality, and non-interference in internal affairs. Obviously, as the repeated Russian aggressions in neighboring countries have illustrated, these concepts come with a very important caveat. So to Russia, sovereignty is not as much a right that any country automatically gets, but rather a capacity for economic independence, military strength, national and cultural identity. And from this perspective, neither Ukraine nor any other post-Soviet state, except Russia, of course, can be considered fully sovereign. Only great powers, seen from the Russian perspective, can be fully sovereign. The rest, can be independent, they can be self-governed, but their independence derives from the relations they develop with great powers. They are dependent on protection by great powers. They are not independent by their own strengths. And of course, natural sequence to this idea, one we have also heard a lot during this crisis, is the concept of spheres of interest, which, from the Russian point of view, are shared or divided, often by force, between great powers. And Russia perceived that fight for spheres of influence as a zero-sum game. So if West manages to expand NATO or European Union to the east, it means this is Russia's loss. And an illustrative example of this reasoning was President Boris Yeltsin's letter that was sent in 1993 to the United States, UK, France, and Germany, in which he proposed to stop NATO enlargement. And instead, he gave, as a proposition, as an alternative, he proposed to give security guarantees, similar to those that Ukraine received in 1994. We know how it worked. But notably, Yeltsin also proposed to make the relations between Russia and NATO a few degrees warmer, which means more important, than NATO's relations with the Eastern European states. So not long after the fall of the Soviet Union, the Russian elites demonstrated that they have had no intention of participating in the international order on Western terms. And one of the principles in the post-Soviet foreign policy concepts has been to work toward a multipolar world order. And it has aimed, among other objectives, to undermine the US and Western dominance in the international system. This objective was introduced first by the Foreign Minister Yevgeny Primakov in 1996, and it's been a key objective ever since. So Russia's rivalry with the West did not vanish after the end of the Cold War. Even there were moments, periods of hiatus in early 1990s. But even then, I think that mostly it was because there was a lack of capability on the Russian side to match the persistent ambition to equal the West. And Russia's increasingly aggressive pushback against the quest of the former Soviet satellites and Soviet republics to escape the Russian dominance and by joining the West, they came when Russia rebuilt some of its capacity, including military and non-military means, to push back. And successively, Russia has expanded also the geographic scale of its ambitions with active outreach to parts of the world where Russia has not been seen for more than 2 decades, including in Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East and other parts of the world. Russia has also been developing, as you well know, and we will certainly discuss it more today, an anti-Western partnership with China. getting also more dependent on China in the process. So, given the current circumstances, now going to this more contemporary current situation, I think that Russia's relations with Europe and the US are unlikely to improve while Putin remains in power. Importantly, however, even though character and personality of leaders matter, the Russia problem is larger than Putin and more long-standing. And I think some parts of it are likely to survive him as well. So the Russian objectives deriving partly from some of the aspects of the vision I've talked today of the international order, I think they will be very hard. They have been and they will be very hard to reconcile with the Western European approaches that, among other aspects, they rejected the balance of power principle after World War II, hegemonic ambitions of individual states in Europe, developed a form of shared sovereignty, close interconnection of vital interests, transferred some of state sovereign rights to supranational institutions, accepted interference of external agents in domestic affairs, to name just a few aspects. So the Russian struggle for expanding its power by attacking Ukraine, among other means, ironically, and it's been already voiced today, is likely to significantly diminish Russia's economic and military power, both in short and long term, not least. And it means that we are likely to see Russia that is economically and militarily much weaker, more backward, isolated, possibly more dependent on China, and likely also more turned toward the past or the perceived glorious past, even to a higher degree than we see today. Also, we will be dealing with Russia that has less resources compared to Russian ambitions, which will be inspiring grievances, frustrations, and the persistent feeling of insecurity, while Russia still will be possessing nuclear arsenal and veto in the UN. So in the short term, the impact of the war, including, of course, the mass killings of civilians and other atrocities, war crimes we observed in Ukraine, they will be very difficult to mitigate, I think. So in this relationship, I have one possibility, and I think we will certainly discuss others. Maybe, I think, a settlement in form of a chilly, but hopefully less volatile and more predictable relationship than what we are dealing with today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Katarzyna. A weaker Russia, more dependent on China. I would like to introduce Øystein Tunsjø. He's going to talk on China's quest for regional primacy and its global implications. Øystein is professor at the Norwegian Institute of Defense Studies. He's the head of the Security in Asia program, and he's one of Norway's most renowned experts on China. It's very nice to have you here.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Kate. It's a great honor for me to be here. And let me first thank the Norwegian Atlantic Committee for inviting me to speak at this important conference. The title of this panel is The Resumption of Great Power Rivalry. My argument is that there is no great power rivalry. We do not live in a multipolar international system with 3 or more great powers. Instead, we are experiencing the return of bipolarity, the resumption of a new superpower rivalry between the United States and China. The previous speaker pointed to this, and I will elaborate. This new superpower rivalry is concentrated in the Indo-Pacific and not in Europe, and it's about China's quest for regional hegemony and the United States seeking to prevent China from becoming the dominant power in the region. Why has there been a return to bipolarity and not multipolarity? First is the power gap between the United States and China. In the early 1990s, the US economy was 15 times larger than China's. Today, China's economy is about 75% of the US economy, measured in nominal terms. In purchasing power parity, China is already the largest economy in the world. In the early 1990s, the US defense spending was 20 times larger than China's. Now it is 2 to 3 times larger. The US is still more powerful than China, but China is catching up, and the US is no longer unrivaled. Second is the power gap between China and the rest. Many don't know how much China's GDP is compared to Russia, and it's actually 10 times larger. I'll repeat that. China's GDP is 10 times larger than Russia's. Many of you have heard about the BRICS. Well, if we take China out from the BRICS and we focus on Brazil, Russia, India, and South Africa, these 4 countries account for about half of China's GDP. Thus, talking about great powers is a misguided view of power distribution in today's world. China's defense spending was roughly similar to Russia and India, and only half of Japan and Germany in the mid-1990s. Last year, China's defense spending was close to 5 times larger than India and Russia, and close to 6 times larger than Germany and Japan. Today, we have 2 states, the United States and China, that are much more powerful compared to any other states, and this defines the international system as bipolar. If we had a multipolar system with great powers, then the US could allow other great powers to balance each other, just as the US did prior to the First World War and the Second World War, when there was a multipolar international system. This could be the case in Europe. No states are able to dominate Europe. Russia has a GDP in between sort of Spain and Italy, and if Germany actually spends 2% on defense, Germany alone will have a larger defense spending than Russia. No European power are able to dominate the European theater. However, this is not the case in East Asia, where China's GDP and defense spending is as large as all the countries in the region combined, including India and Russia. Thus, only the US can balance China, which is similar to how the US was the only power that could balance the Soviet Union in Europe during the previous bipolar system. How can such a starting point, emphasizing the return of bipolarity and the distinction between superpowers and great powers, answer some of the questions given to the participants in this panel? Let me focus on 4 statements and questions in the program in the few remaining minutes I have left. First, it is stated that, quote, "The return of great power rivalry is by many considered the greatest threat to Allied national security," end quote. This assumption is wrong. There is no great power rivalry. The United States prioritizes the new superpower rivalry with China, but its allies in Europe will be focusing on security challenges in Europe. Some European allies will focus on Russia as their greatest threat. Others might seek some form of engagement with Russia, while other NATO allies might be more threatened by terrorism, climate change, and refugee, food, and energy crisis. Second, the panel is asked, quote, "What are the consequences of war in Europe on great power dynamics?" End quote. Again, bearing in mind that there is a distinction between superpower and great power rivalry, I see the following developments. Russia is, as many have already now pointed to, becoming weaker militarily and economically. To compensate for its conventional weakness, Russia needs to rely even more on nuclear weapons. The EU and NATO is relatively stronger, showing cohesion, adding new members, and emphasizing a stronger commitment to arms buildup and taking more responsibility for European defense and collective security. This allows the US to concentrate on China. And the statement from the Pentagon referring to the new national security strategy is very clear. The department will, quote, prioritizing the PRC challenge in the Indo-Pacific, then the Russia challenge in Europe, end quote. Another development, which other speakers have pointed to, is that Russia is likely to become more dependent on China. And finally, European ties with China are likely to weaken. In a new bipolar system, there will be more polarization, but we are not entering another Cold War. There are different ideological, economic, military, technological, and geopolitical developments shaping the new superpower rivalry in the 21st century. Third, quote, how will great power rivalry impact transatlantic and European security in the years to come? End quote. I think we'll see more of a division of labor. US focusing on balancing China in the Indo-Pacific, while European states take more responsibility for their own defense and security in their region. Of course, the US will not completely pull out of Europe, especially since the US Army has a limited role in a maritime theater in East Asia. So it will still have Europe as an important theater for the US Army. But the priority between the US two flanking regions is clear. Asia first, then Europe. The question is whether the division of labor will work, since it's based on different threat perceptions of China. Moreover, it remains to be seen whether European cohesion will be sustained and whether European states will be capable of taking more responsibility. Fourth, and finally, quote, to what lengths are the great powers willing to go to reach their ambitions, end quote. In the current war in Ukraine, Russia is on the defensive and Ukraine is continuously resupplied. Some European leaders might look for a diplomatic solution, but understandably, Ukraine, who has fought so well, don't want to give up its territory. The Biden administration have made it clear that it wants to weaken Russia. So how this war will end is not easy to predict. The worst case scenario is that Putin might find himself in a situation where he might use tactical nuclear weapons to end the war on terms conducive to Russia. Such a scenario will be a game changer for European security and a large tragedy for the entire continent. In East Asia, we have the Taiwan issue that might spark a war between China and the United States, also with huge global implications. Due to Russia's poor military performance in Ukraine, China might need to reconsider and redevelop some of its plans for a war against Taiwan, since much of China's defense reforms and program have relied on Russian experience. But China is determined to gain control over Taiwan, and war in East Asia involving China and the United States would have strong implications for European security and NATO. In conclusion, many speakers will focus on European security landscape and Ukraine's courageous defense against the Russian invasion. This is, of course, the primary concern for European security. But we need more understanding of how the new US-China superpower rivalry affects European security, both through the US prioritizing the Indo-Pacific and in view of China's closer relations with Russia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Øystein, for bringing in another aspect. We are also not living in a multipolar world. We are living in a new bipolarity. I will be looking forward to the discussion afterwards. But first, we will have Elena Lazarou. She is the acting head of the external policies of the European Parliamentary Research Service, the in-house think tank in the European Union. And we invited you into this session because we thought about, if it's a multipolar world, will the European Union be able to be one of the poles? You will speak on EU strategic autonomy in time of great power rivalry. Welcome to us in Oslo.
Thank you very much, Kate. Thank you to the Norwegian Atlantic Committee for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to be here and an honor among those speakers who have spoken before me. I also want to say special thanks to François Hesbourg, because he said it is the time for the North to look to the South. And by my calculations, I am the southernmost speaker in this event today. I'm half Greek, half Cypriot, so definitely far away from here in European terms. I think it's also interesting to say, before I go into my few points, that always when I find myself speaking about the EU in sessions like this, there's an optimistic and a pessimistic thought that comes to me. On the one hand, I think, oh wow, European Union is on this panel with China, Russia, and the US. The European Union does not have a seat, a permanent seat at the Security Council, no seat actually. France has nuclear capabilities, but it's not, no one would say yet that it's, perhaps ever, that it's the EU that has it. And when we think of the EU's defense budget, if we put it all together and we assume it's around 200 billion euros, then depending what calculations one believes on China or not, it could be the second or the third in the world, but no one really thinks that way. So I always think, good for the EU that it's on this panel. And at the same time, I'm pessimistic in the sense that I know that in the audience, everyone is asking you to come in because, well, we're talking about great powers, so what is the EU going to do in this world? So it's not that the EU is the great power in the panel, it's just what is it going to do in this world of returning great powers? So what I want to do today, and we are in a university, so I hope you will allow me in my first few minutes to be a bit academic about what power means, and then I'll go into what the EU is doing in this world. But I think it's important to remember that we are today in a very difficult moment, geopolitically speaking. But this phrase, the return of great power rivalry, has been in countless documents in many sides of the Atlantic and in Asia and in South America, where I have some experience, for at least a decade, if not longer. So this great power rivalry return is not necessarily new. But I think what is new at the moment is the urgency with which all other actors are called upon to somehow find their place in this environment. And this, in many ways, has echoes of Cold War times. I don't believe we are in a new Cold War. I hope we are not. But I do think what is happening in reflections around the world is similar to that. I also think for the EU to get there slowly, a few crucial assumptions about its powermanship or powerwomanship are being posed at the moment. And here I want to become slightly academic for a second. For many of us who have been looking at EU foreign policy for, I would say, 20 years, the debate about the EU's power in the world has always been a very philosophical and existential one. Going back to the theories about the capability expectations gap, what was the EU anticipated to do by others and what could it actually deliver. Normative power Europe, which would aim to promote norms and values and thus become powerful in the sense of exerting influence. Civilian in its security and defense policy, and many others. That was the debate in the 2000s. And in many ways, it seems like today it's been replaced by the conversation about strategic autonomy, where at times it seems that it's been decided we don't talk so much about the nature of the power, but about the capacity to act. How does the EU act? But all of these conversations at times, I think, narrow down to the basic definitions of what foreign policy is, which is basically the ability to shape the environment in ways that are consistent with the interests and values of the specific actor. I mean, that's a very broad definition, but it is what many of us understand by it. So I've been asked to mention strategic autonomy, but for me, in many ways, this is an evolution of the power debate. And maybe the power debate never got a specific answer about the European Union because the European Union is a very different actor from every other actor that we are aware of. But what we know about power, what we've learned from the realists, but also from others that came after them, is that power has both material components, and these are coming back with a vengeance, natural resources, energy, militaries. We are there again, no doubt. But we've also learned that power has to do with influence and the ability to exert that. And that doesn't always come in very quantifiable quantities. It comes with the ability to create alliances and structures in which dialogue and other dimensions of it will bring about consensus. And it comes with the ability to also create security communities. That's also sounding like something from the past, but I think it's important to remember those elements of what power is and to think a bit about what great powers are today. Obviously, China and the United States, arguably Russia to a degree, although that can be called a regional power, I think, in some. In this war we have today, by the way, we are looking at it globally, but it's still a regional conflict, and hopefully it will stay one. So there are the elements I have mentioned, but there's also new elements in that. There's the element of technology, perhaps not new, because nuclear has also been the disruptive tech that defined great powermanship before, and now it's also on other fields of technology. And it's also the capacity, again, to influence, but this time in different ways, through disinformation, through manipulation of elections, through other issues. So I frame power like this because I want to get to the EU, and I want to get to what the EU is doing. I also think it's important to think about power this way because those of us, and I'm sure there's many of us who are from the international relations discipline, know that unfortunately one great thesis about the tragedy of great powers has often been true, and that is that even when great powers are seeking security, they often end up engaging in major conflict. So let's hope the changing nature of power has changed that. For the EU, I would say the current situation, Russia's war on Ukraine, has challenged at least 5 fundamental assumptions about the way it would be a power. The first one was the assumption that military may not be the main source of power or of influence projection. I think at least other things plus military have definitely become something that we now know is true, needs to be a resource for power. The second is that interdependence would be a way out of conflict. And today, we see the weaponization of that interdependence with a boomerang effect on security. The third is that international law, and particularly arms control treaties that have been in place since the end of the Cold War, would create an environment where that interdependence, that economic interdependence, would be facilitated to work towards peace. And that has been challenged gradually through the erosion of these treaties, but also through the violation of international law. And the fourth is that among those authoritarian powers that were rising or re-emerging, they would, and someone else said it here before, these would be separate theaters of confrontation. And now we're seeing those creating what could potentially be blocs or alliances, and that, of course, is much harder to face. It's different to have a China strategy and a Russia strategy when Russia and China are not engaging, and very different to have one when they are really putting together the resources of power that they have to a degree. So these are the 4. But the 5th one, I think, is the most important, and it will lead to my next point, which is the EU and what it is doing. The 5th point for the EU, I think, is that the big assumption that has been challenged is that the EU can be thinking about what it wants to do in terms of power and in terms of actorness. Now, it's about doing. And I think even when one is in Brussels, and there's Stephen and others who are in Brussels, suddenly the discussion about what this or that means, what strategic autonomy means or strategic sovereignty means, is starting to be a bit less there, and everyone is talking about what to do, how to use the instruments and the tools that the EU has to project power. And in fact, that itself is in the Strategic Compass, which is the document that was recently presented and prepared by the 27 member states, and which aims to set the vision for the EU's course in terms of security, defense, but much more. And I think it's very interesting that that is where power is mentioned in the strategic compass, using the instruments and policies the EU has to project power. So it's not, strategic autonomy, by the way, is mentioned only one time in that document, which I think is interesting. But the idea is really how to do now, based on existing policies, based on existing instruments, and also to look forward. Now, what the EU can do now, what these instruments and policies are, come from a very traditional understanding in many ways of where the EU's power lies, and that is in the size of its economy, its trade power, and its policies, the supranationalized policies. And so there, the tools for the EU's power come from reactively building resilience, and there we see a number of initiatives and policies to do with resilient supply chains, bringing back, or rather, that's a very Trump term, I take it back, the resilience in terms of energy, but also countering coercion in many ways, economic and other. And proactively, of course, it has to do with projecting power by standard setting, the so-called Brussels effect, which we see in digital issues, climate issues, I would say, creating technological sovereignty to avoid and to escape coercion in that area, leveraging trade, again, against the coercion of other powers through instruments that are now all the hype in Brussels, like the anti-coercion instrument, countering foreign subsidies, foreign investment screening, and building alliances. And I think building alliances is something that has received enormous attention recently, because it's very clear that in this environment, on all these levels, on the technological level, on the trade level, and obviously in defense, alliances are the way to go. I would argue that NATO, the United States, Norway, Japan, Asian democracies, globally democracies are having the EU is really having a moment of thinking, reflecting on how to work with that. And we've heard today about the Trade and Technology Councils, most notably with the US, but now also being launched with India, a number of dialogues being launched. The idea of creating the structures through which coordination can work in the face of geopolitical crisis. And I think this is actually something that the EU is doing well. It's creating those structures and it's activating them when needed. And when one looks at the speed with which sanctions were decided in coordination with NATO, the EEA, G7, these structures are there. When one looks at how quick it was to decide with the United States on the export controls aspects of sanctioning Russia, these structures are there. So this is where the EU has power. We're talking about defense and security today, and I don't want to go into that in detail because it's going to be the issue of the next panel, as I understand. But I think where defense and security are concerned, it is important to look at the EU and what is happening today. As I mentioned, the strategic compass, which has been presented, is ambitious to propose actions and strategies to lead to the EU having a more concrete, robust, and expensive security and defense policy by 2030. Defense innovation is being boosted, and I think the financing of what is going in that will support whatever the EU is doing operationally, but also create that sense of an EU defense policy. Space and cyber are spaces in which we're seeing the EU come forward with a number of defense initiatives. But crucially also, I think the activation of the European Peace Facility, which is providing lethal weapons to Ukraine, financing the provision, including of lethal weapons to Ukraine, is really a landmark in what the EU is doing in security defense. It's a mentality-changing dimension of it. And I think we might see a lot coming out of that 2 billion and potentially more. And really, just to finish here, I said mentality, and I think mentality is really what is behind what the EU is doing in security and defense and whether that will move forward. It's the mentality and the way of thinking about the EU that may potentially make the EU support in this way more Ukraine, first of all, and then whatever else is needed in the context of this crisis, that it will make the EU be a credible partner also in security and defense for its partners like with the United States, that will strengthen the European pillar within NATO that has been mentioned, that will, in the long run, provide EU member states with a reason to invest in having capabilities which will be used in the security of places as far away as the Indo-Pacific or Africa, which are not necessarily the core of interest of some of the EU member states. So it's really a mentality shift, and I think that is perhaps the most important thing that the EU needs to do, because let's not forget, anything that happens in the EU is a decision made among many, and for many to agree on something, it's usually the lowest common denominator that gets the vote. So to raise the lowest common denominator, there has to be a mentality that believes in that. So I will end in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please find a seat here. I will also introduce the moderator for this panel, and please, the panelists and the speakers could find a seat here. This discussion will be led by Asle Toje. Dr. Asle Toje is a good friend of the committee. He is a member of the Nobel Peace Prize Committee and has been the research director at the Nobel Institute. Please, Asle, I leave these people to you.
Well, thank you very much, Kate. I imagine this would have been one of the most anticipated panels of this August seminar. And let's just delve straight into it. Stephen Erlanger, you started off by talking about the American objectives vis-a-vis China. And I would like to press you a little bit on a potential problem here. And that is, I have a sense that Europe's objectives and the United States' objectives about what we are trying to achieve in Ukraine, militarily and in terms of peace, don't really add up. Could you tell us, what are the American objectives in Ukraine? What are you looking for? Because we've been hearing so many strange and wonderful things about regime change, about the 82nd Airborne going to Ukraine, about response in kind, and it seems to be a bit further than the Europeans are willing to go over Ukraine.
I think there is a big debate going on inside the United States also. In the beginning, as you know, US intelligence and British intelligence knew Russia would invade, but thought Ukraine would fold quickly. Russian friends didn't think Putin would do it, but knew Ukrainians would fight. And French and Germans really just didn't want to hear about it at all. I think that's a fair summary. And because the US thought the war would not go on very long, it was pretty careful about what it provided Ukraine, in part because it didn't want to broaden the war. That's a key US interest. Don't get into a war with Russia. Don't get into a war between NATO and Russia. But as the Ukrainians have surprised many people, including themselves to some degree, American aims shifted, and so has the level of support. They're less worried now about Ukrainians taking a MiG-29 and bombing Moscow, which was kind of what they were worried about, and a little less worried about US long-range artillery being used against Russian forces inside Russia than they are today. And so they see a real chance to weaken Russia for the long term, which is what Ukraine wants too, so that the level of support has changed. It's become more enthusiastic. Now people, some of them, not to go on too long, have, as I don't know if you say it in Norway, you get over your own skis. They've gone a bit too far, sometimes in what they've said, led by His Excellency Mr. President, who suddenly burst out in Poland, Putin must go, this man can't stay in power. That got walked back. We weren't talking about regime change, this was just a moral judgment. And then we had the Secretary of Defense Austin talking about weakening Russia for the long term, so that there is this debate about whether the war really is about a strategic defeat for Russia, as the American ambassador to NATO, Julie Smith, said just 2 days ago, or is it something less? There's a contradiction, and here I'll stop, which is, on the one hand, everybody says, oh, it's up to the Ukrainians to decide, right? We have to let the Ukrainians decide because they're doing all the fighting. But the fact is, the West has interests too, which are different necessarily from what Ukrainian interests are. So I'm curious myself if President Zelensky has this very difficult choice to make. If, as the ambassador just said, if victory, in a way, is going back to pre-February 24th lines, okay, if that's possible. If it's not possible, if Russia grabs Mariupol forever, grabs the land bridge forever, it's already changing street signs and internet and television. What does victory mean? When others say, oh, like the Poles, or maybe the Estonians say, well, we have to drive Russia out of Ukraine, well, to me, that seems like, be gently put, an overambitious target. And then in Europe, you obviously have a debate. You have the CEO of Volkswagen saying, stop this war now, I need to make cars, right? And then you have this view, which goes up and down, of Russia is not going away, it's our neighbor, we have to deal with them. Draghi called for a ceasefire the other day, offending many people. Macron's talked about a ceasefire. I think in general, the American view is, which is the Ukrainian view, it's much too early for a ceasefire. Russia's not ready for a ceasefire, and the Ukrainians feel they have the wind in their sails, and they're not ready for it either. So the debate is real, the interests aren't always the same, but I think for the moment, the unity is holding. That's too long an answer, I apologize.
Thank you very much. That's very enlightening. Katarina Stysk, only 2 days ago, the Ukrainian president said that there will have to be a diplomatic solution, and of course, then I'm going to give you the most difficult of all questions. What does Russia want? What is sufficient for Russia to sign a peace agreement? Because as Stephen Erlanger pointed out, it seems to be no win set at the moment. It seems that the ambitions of the Western powers and Russia are not overlapping. But can you give us some idea about what a future peace might look like from a Russian point of view? What is the lowest they will accept in order to sign the dotted line?
So the Russian objectives have been changing all the time during this war, depending on how much resistance they actually received and how much defeat they experienced. At this point, what I see is a possibility is that, yes, Ukrainians have had great successes and pushed the Russians back along the line, but there is a possibility that Russia will manage to keep the southern and some of the eastern territories. And my fear is that what they will do, they will basically try to chip off these territories from Ukraine, for instance, by using the scenario of Donetsk and Luhansk, so, organizing this kind of fake referendums, establishing sovereignty of the statelets, and possibly annexing them. And when Russia annexed, and because this is also supported by the Russian rhetoric, we hear both from Russian authorities and on Russian TV, basically saying that these are historic Russian territories. So the direction points there. I think some people speculate that what is the acceptable level of victory to Russia. And I think, again, this is very flexible. I don't think that Putin will have a problem with presenting, for instance, this scenario as a victory to the Russian people. I mean, the information media is controlled, and he doesn't necessarily have to have support of the Russian population. He just needs to have their inactivity, so they do not necessarily, take an active part protesting this war. And so I think this is a possibility I see now. But again, these aims have been changing, and depending on how also the Ukrainian army performs further, this may still change. But I fear that this might be the case. And once it happens, once Russia annexes and declares it its own territory, we have a sort of Crimea scenario. So the question is, what will we do about that?
But since we have you here, and we want to sort of extract all the analysis we can, you are currently stationed in France, and President Macron has been the European leader eager to get stuck into the Ukraine issue. From a French perspective, since you live in Paris now, how do the French see the road ahead here? Because the French president traveled many times to Moscow to talk with Putin. He's still involved in trying to make this end. It goes back to the point that Stephen Erlanger alluded to. But if we are going to end up in a war of attrition, the bill is going to be different from the United States, and for the Europeans, it's going to be much more painful for us. And I think that, is there a sense in France that this is the time to talk peace, and what sort of objectives are the French introducing into this discourse?
So I'm not an expert on French politics, but yes, of course, I have contact both with the French citizens, and I'm actually quite surprised how deep-rooted and widespread the understanding and the Russian propaganda is actually in the French society. But these are very subjective views, so this is not based on research. So what I have gathered from my contacts with the French officials, that the opinion is quite split. On the one hand, you will hear that absolutely, yes, we have to seek some kind of diplomatic solution and pressure Ukraine to accept territorial losses. On the other hand, I've heard also people saying that basically the idea of strategic autonomy is dead because of how President Macron and the French diplomacy acted during this war. So this is what I heard. I cannot really testify to how objective this is, but this is kind of it's basically very split opinion on that matter. So that's my impression from Paris.
Yeah, but that's how international relations work. When even when things are going your way, it just creates a whole new set of problems. And speaking of that, Dr. Tunsjö, there is a question that will have to be asked on a day like this. The American president goes to Japan and announces there will be no more ambiguity. The Americans will defend Taiwan. This has to be a statement that will be badly received in Beijing, or am I wrong?
Of course, Beijing won't be too happy about the statement. I haven't seen the statement. I've been sitting here all day. But I do think that this seems a bit exaggerated. I don't think this is a totally U-turn when it comes to strategic ambiguity. If you think back to the Taiwan Strait crisis in 1995, 1996, the US interposed 2 aircraft carriers in the water surrounding Taiwan. That was a show of military force, clearly aimed at protecting Taiwan. So just to state that the United States are willing to militarily defend Taiwan, I don't think, of course, the Chinese in Beijing will be too happy about that. But it's not, as way I interpreted, a totally U-turn when it comes to the official strategic ambiguity position of the US government regarding the Taiwan issue.
Well, but moving from the realm of words and statements, and I would agree with you that the ambiguity when it came to Taiwan wasn't all that ambiguous. It was the most likely American position. From a Chinese point of view, they have seen the sort of military hardware that they have been investing heavily into being absolutely destroyed by Western hardware. Will that change Chinese perceptions? Because, as you pointed out in your talk, the Chinese have had a spring in their step and a certain arrogance, a feeling of having the wind in their sails. But surely it must be sobering for them to see how Soviet-era military equipment face up to Western equipment. It's not a pretty picture.
No, I agree. I think that's probably what we should expect, that the Chinese are going back to the to the drawing board and reconsidering a lot of their military plans for a contingency regarding Taiwan. I mean, there are many things to address here. First of all, some of the military reforms that China has conducted was based on Russian military reforms. They see how the Russians are struggling to have air superiority. If you think into that, Chinese have acquired S-300 and S-400 from Russia. They have acquired Russian air fighting planes. So this must be very alarming. They see how the Commissar Corps doesn't work. I mean, I don't know how many, 50, 60 Russian generals are killed because they come to the battlefield to make decisions. And the Chinese have this parallel bureaucratic system within their military, and it is very difficult for younger or mid-level officers to take initiatives, and all of this is ineffective. They see how the Russians are struggling with logistics, and they have the same problems with corruptions and so forth within their military. So yes, there are a lot of things that the Chinese need to think through when it comes to the military aspect. But the most alarming thing is that they considered prior to the Ukraine war that the West was fragmented, that you wouldn't have the kind of sanctions that we're seeing now. And this is a serious issue. They thought that the Europeans would not, at least not in Ukraine and even in a conflict in East Asia, that they would be able to divide and rule, so to say, the Europeans. And this is something they are really reconsidering now. So yes, I think the Ukraine war has a lot of implications for how the Chinese think about the Taiwan crisis, or it's not a crisis yet, but it will be a crisis.
I'm not going to quite let you go yet, because I gave Dr. Sisk a very difficult question. I'll give you one as well, which has never been quite clear to me. What does China want with Russia? What role does Russia play for China? Because it's quite obvious why Russia would want to cultivate closer ties with the Chinese. They need them economically, whilst we have seen quite an ambiguous China over the Ukrainian conflict, refusing to play the role that the Western countries feel that they should play, but also refusing to be the de facto ally that the Russians so dearly need. Going forwards, how do you see this pivotal relationship, this axis between Moscow and Beijing, proceed?
I think it will become stronger. As I said in my talk, I think Russia will be more dependent on China. And this strategic partnership is strategic for one reason. And that is that the Russians and the Chinese are challenging the United States in two different regions. And that is conducive to both Russia and China. So that is the fundamental sort of strategic rationale for the partnership. But then, of course, if you look at this relationship over the last 30 years, this is the most successful foreign policy of the China. If you go back to where they started with the collapse of the Soviet Union, and by the way, that was the most militarized border in the world in the late 1980s, and you look at where they are today, with their historical animosity and all of this, this is a remarkable development, and it's gone from border agreements to energy agreements to technology. They are doing very advanced military exercises together, not just on the border, but out in the maritime domain of East Asia. So I don't think you will see a sort of a split in this relationship at all. But of course, these two powers, they don't like each other. I mean, they have a lot of history of warfare and conflict. But for the foreseeable future, they are, this strategic rationale is not disappearing. The United States is Russia's most formidable challenge, and the United States is China's most formidable challenge. And they are to have their sort of back, not to be in conflict with each other, is very conducive to both powers.
Thank you. Elena Lazaru, you, in your talk, you talked about how Europe is getting its act together. And I think that most would agree that the EU has responded surprisingly coherently in response to the Ukraine crisis. But you also said that it's wonderful to be here, to be invited. And I have to remind you that the first time we hear this term, strategic autonomy, is in the Saint-Malo Declaration of 1998. That's 24 years ago, that when two powers, the Brits and the French, came up with the dream of the capacity for autonomous action. You didn't really explain in your talk what does strategic autonomy mean, because one would assume that it would have something to do with autonomy.
I think I deliberately said that I wouldn't talk about it, but since I've been asked about it, indeed it's been there since Saint-Malo. I think we tend nowadays to think about it more in the way it was conceptualized in the global strategy in 2016, partially because Saint-Malo is very early on. It's before the Treaty of Lisbon. So when we're talking about action, we also need to talk about the mechanisms, instruments, legal bases, and capabilities. And after the Lisbon Treaty, that multiplied compared to what was available back then. I mean, it depends. Strategic autonomy is a much debated concept, and far be it from me to define it now in 2 minutes in this room. But I think etymologically, it goes back to strategic, which sometimes we focus on this autonomy part, but strategic is also about leading the way. I'm Greek, I'm telling you the truth, that's what it means. It's about leading the way, and autonomy about making, or rather being free to do it in your own rules. If one puts that together and thinks about it in the context of security and defense, which is what you're alluding to, I think it means creating the capabilities, the space, and the sort of normative framework to be able to act where the EU wants to act, in the ways that it wants to act, to achieve its goals. I think that not going into a very nitty-gritty definition of what autonomy means has led to what I call the strategic misunderstanding, which is thinking that from the beginning the idea was that the EU would do this on its own. If one looks at the documents ever since the global strategy, its implementation, I don't want to bore you with Brussels documents, but there's a lot of documents between the global strategy and the strategic compass. And if you look for NATO in those, if you look for the United States, if you look at partners, they are everywhere. So from the beginning, the idea of strategic autonomy is to be able to be operational together with partners. Now, 2016, with this global strategy, is a year where the geopolitical environment is becoming more difficult, where there is some ambivalence about partnerships with the United States and the United Kingdom for obvious reasons that we all know. So the idea is not to create strategic hurdles in the EU being able to do what it wants to do, which was partially the CSDP, so its operations and its missions in those theaters where it chose to be operational, notably in Africa, but we have a number of them in the east of Europe. So to be able to do that, to have the capabilities to do that, and then also as things were becoming more complicated, I think it would be naive not to think that there was a moment of doubt as to NATO's perseverance as a committed ally in terms of collective security, which went by in a flash. You know, I think it was just President Trump and then it was over, and not even that, some months under President Trump. But the idea was to have the capabilities to do something about that, and I think the something is interesting because when one looks at the evolution of that, what we've come to is a moment where the EU can contribute in spaces that were not yet covered. So cyber defense, countering, interference in democracy. So strategic autonomy, to finish, is the EU having more capacity to act where it so wishes, where it so needs, but always with its allies. And I think this is what is important to keep from it. And I think that concept and the whole debate about it has led to two very important good developments. One is to find that space, which includes, as I mentioned, cyber, but also a lot to do with space. And second, to develop the EU-NATO relationship in a way where the necessary, I think, contribution of EU member states to NATO is more streamlined with NATO's needs, where the defense planning processes are most needed, where both the EU and NATO are asking the members that they share in common to increase their defense spending, to have the right kind of defense spending, to have the more efficient defense spending. So I think it's really a way. Someone said the European pillar of NATO. That's not officially something one can say, I think, when they're in my capacity, but I would say that has definitely helped the complementarity between the two organizations.
Thank you, Dr. Lazare. Stephen Erlanger.
I just wanted to praise that, but also add, rather like Xi Jinping, Emmanuel Macron is convinced the US is drifting away. Now, maybe he's wrong, maybe he's right, maybe Ukraine shows him to be wrong, but for a long time he's felt America's interest in Europe was on the decline, its interest in China was rising, the Trump thing was very important. There was just, I think he felt very strongly that Europe could be left on its own. And if it's going to be left basically on its own, it had better be more prepared to defend its interests. I mean, that's the best light I've always had. And I think it's true. And he's always said, within the context of NATO, in parallel of NATO, but did he mean it? I'm not so sure. But that's what he always said. So, you know, no one in America likes the idea of strategic autonomy given autonomy. Strategic partnership would be nice. I mean, you know, there are other words, but I think with Ukraine, there's just less anxiety about it. In general, Biden also is someone who says to the Europeans, go ahead, spend more on defense, please, do it. Just stop talking about it endlessly and do it, which is maybe a very American notion, but is really how people feel.
Dr. Lazare.
I just absolutely, and I think it's the calls of the U.S. administration have been noted and heard on the spending side of all U.S. administrations, by the way, for many years. I just want to point out two things that have been said in this conference today that I think make a case for why this was needed, and it's still needed. I think at least two of the previous speakers said one of the reasons that Putin, well, one thing he took into account in his calculations and launched his attack is he considered Europe to be weak and fragmented. And that's why I think making the EU, through whatever term, but more importantly through action, what an actor with a robust presence in security and defense as a mental deterrent is very important because many have said that. Many say it. Putin thought the EU is not united. Putin thought the EU is not an actor in security. And that facilitated that thinking. So if we think at the counterfactual, had it been different, we don't know. And the second, because I want to link up to the China-Russia issue, I think a big challenge to the EU strategic autonomy, and I would argue other strategic autonomy too, is that the Russia and China together have immense power to block things in the UN Security Council. And for the EU, which bases its everything on international law, including the launching of its CSDP missions, that is something that can be a huge problem for autonomy. Because how do you function under your own rules, where your own rules say Security Council needs to give its mandate for what you do. And in the Security Council, you have China and Russia in that arrangement. So I think that is something that is very important in the minds of many.
Thank you. I have some questions from the audience as well here. And Katarina Sysk, there's a question here about, are the Russians close to collapse now? Because I gather from the question that when we look on this war on television, it looks like it's going really badly for the Russians. Are we approaching some sort of threshold where they will have to choose the hard way and actually mobilize and actually go to full war? Or will they be able to sustain the current level of engagement with still calling it a special military operation?
Well, yes, Russians have been basically conducting some form of covert mobilization for some time now, you know, gathering forces from around Russia, but also other places, including Georgia, you know, Syria, Africa, which of course points that they have huge manpower problem. Whether they are close to collapse, it's very hard for me to say. I mean, they seem to still manage to pump in the human resources, unfortunately with huge losses including on the Russian side. How long they can manage to do without actually declaring the general mobilization is really uncertain. It seems they are nearing this kind of decision, but of course this comes with huge risks and huge challenges, including the fact that it will be very unpopular in Russia, including the fact that these resources they will mobilize will not necessarily be of higher quality than what we see now, because the reserve is not particularly well trained. How they will put them together already today, the forces they are bringing to Ukraine, they are put together in a kind of chaotic manner, which also results in quite ineffective operational and tactical maneuvers. So I think it will also depend on how the Ukrainian army performs, and of course on the Western support. I mean, this is absolutely crucial. So, of course, there is this huge debate about overestimating the Russian forces, and Ukraine certainly has been underestimated. We haven't expected that performance, but I think also the Western support and the support of the United States, including the intelligence sharing with the Ukrainian armed forces, has been crucial. So I think this is also a factor that will play in how this front will develop further. But yes, I mean, these operations, they have uncovered or exposed some of the well-known weaknesses in the Russian military, and some that were not that well understood. And I think the personal problem, how professional the professional Russians, the so-called professional Russian soldiers have been, the contract soldiers, we couldn't see really that before, because Syria has been such a different operation, and the eastern Ukraine, Donbass, and of course Crimea has been completely different. So this was the first way where actually we could see how they performed, and that has been certainly a surprise, that many of the professional soldiers have been basically, there are indications they have been, drawn from the conscripts, they have been pressured or pushed into actually to this service. We knew that Russia had problems with retaining and recruiting soldiers to professional service, but of course on the paper this looked better. So, yeah, this is one of the sort of one of the biggest weaknesses, I think, of the Russian armed forces, hugely exposed during these operations.
Thank you so much for a very nuanced answer. I really took a lot away from that. I think you're coming pretty close to the right answer to that question, because it is, of course, contingent upon the support of great many other actors. Tunsjö, you rebelled against the title of this panel. How dare you? There is no great power rivalry, there is only superpower rivalry. A question of my own in this. Most political scientists, most, that means me and my people, tend to view the situation that we're in as an unbalanced multipolarity, where the Indians are not yet at the stage that they can play a full part. Neither are the Russians, neither are the Europeans. But the question that I've gotten here is, has the Norwegian government communicated sufficiently to the Norwegian public the new reality of the bipolar world that you describe? Are we? Because I take it from your approach that the rivalry between the United States and China is the one to watch. That is the great rivalry in the world. Everything else is below that. Do you think that the Norwegian public, and I guess the public in the Western countries, have been sufficiently informed about this reality?
No, I have to say it's been an uphill struggle. Long
march.
Yes, a long march. I published my book about the return of bipolarity in 2018. And now, 4 years later, it's gradually getting more and more momentum. But yeah, there are still people to convince. And I don't understand why it's so difficult to come to grip with. It's very simple. I mean, the distribution of power today in the world is even more bipolar now than it was at the start of the previous bipolar system. If you look at the gap between the Soviet Union and the US, it was larger than the gap between China and the US today. And the gap between the Soviet Union and the third ranking power at that time, the UK, it was more narrowed. So actually now, I mean, the gap between China and the rest, as I mentioned in my talk, I mean, 10 times larger GDP than Russia. How can you talk about a similar power? It's just, it's impossible. You talk about India, they are even further behind. So clearly there are two powers that are much more powerful than all the others. And of course, China is not as powerful as the United States yet, but the Soviet Union never was as powerful as the United States during the Cold War. So I think more and more people has to come to grip with this. And yes, it's challenging, but I think there is, I mean, the Chinese are struggling now with COVID, with the economy, with a number of things. But if you compare that to what the Russians are struggling with right now, or what other potential powers are struggling with, then the Chinese growth look quite good. And I think I want to just to reinforce it, because the question from the audience was, how does it matter to Norway? And it does. I mean, if you think about the Korean War, it had huge implications for the US. They fought for 3 years and they lost against China. The fact that China won that war and pushed the Americans from its border down to the 38th parallel, that didn't elevate China to superpower status. Think about that. We continued with the Cold War with only two superpowers, the Soviet Union and the US, even though China beat the Americans in the Korean War. So you need to measure on all these different factors, which I did in my book. But the whole point about the Korean War, where the Americans lost 40,000 soldiers, was that the most important thing was in Europe. It kickstarted NATO, it got all these arms buildup in Europe, it got the East-West divide consolidated. In 1955, we got Germany into NATO. I mean, it really, you know, that kickstarted the Cold War in Europe. You got the terror balance in Europe, you got the containment policy, all of this. So despite Americans fighting a war in another region, losing 40,000 troops, and of course the Koreans lost millions, the Chinese lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Enormous implication of the Korean War. South Korea became an ally of the US, Japan became an important ally. Think about this. This is even more. I mean, the Ukraine war is really, really important to European security, but in this historical perspective, it's not even there. And still, what are we seeing with the Ukraine war today is similar as we saw in the 1950s. The US is prioritizing China. They thought long and well about this new defense strategy in the Pentagon. It was supposed to be published earlier, and then they kept it, and then even with the war in Europe, they say they're going to prioritize China. So I think we really have to understand this, because this is what's going to, you know, shape the 21st century.
Thank you so much for that. We have time for one more question, and I thought I'd give that to you, Stephen. We have a question here that I think many people in Europe would be very interested to hear the response to, and that is, if the Republicans win back the Senate this autumn, and I guess also the Congress, how do you see this impact the Biden administration's transatlantic policy? Will the Biden administration become more concerned with foreign policy, and or will they have the fight knocked out of them in the midterms?
Well, I'm not a prophet, but I do think they're going to lose the Senate. But they haven't been able to get much done in the Senate for 2 years already because of the supermajority rule requiring actually not 51 votes, but 60 votes. They haven't been able to pass a treaty in a decade, right? So if it'll make a difference for committee chairpersons, you know, who runs the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, things like that. It'll make a difference for money, which is, after all, most of what politics is about. And I don't think, even in our system, Biden will feel very constrained in terms of foreign policy, to be honest. And on the two key issues that we've been talking about, China, Russia, it's pretty bipartisan support. So I think it's okay. I mean, it'll be interesting about, views of Europe, but again, I don't see huge changes, but in general, you see a weakened president, and that has implications everywhere. And a president who's quite old, with increasing questions of whether he was going to run again. I mean, if I'm Joe Biden and I've been running for president for 97 years, I'm not going to give up, right? So there's no question that if the man can walk and talk, he's going to run again. That's a given. But who he runs against, whether Trump will actually run again or not.
Do you think Trump is going to run again?
I mean, gosh, this is like, hostage to fortune, I don't think he will. But I'm also the person who told everyone that even Hillary Clinton could beat Donald Trump. So I just warn you.
And on that note, please join me in a big round of applause to our excellent panelists.
Thank you very much for giving us a lot of food for thought. But no, we need some fruits in our stomach, don't we? We will serve lunch in 2 venues outside. You will leave to the left, and please use both venues. We will have 1 hour for lunch. Someone to talk to, enjoy yourself, and be back here at 14 hours sharp. Give them a big applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats.
Welcome back to the first day of this Leangkollen Security Conference. I hope you enjoyed lunch out in the garden and that you are ready for the last and really huge session. We have 6 speakers and a great moderator who will guide you through key players in European security, allies as partners. We have a German representative, a British representative, a French. We have Sweden and Finland present, and the Visegrad with a Hungarian. I will introduce them one by one. But first out, I will ask Robin Allers to come up. He's an associate professor at the Norwegian Institute of Defense Studies. He is very sporty because Claudia Major from Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik should have been here. She had to cancel on Friday. And I called my good friend Robin and I said, could you come? We need a German voice. He's living in Oslo, but is German born. So please, Robin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kate, and thank you for the great opportunity to speak here today at this conference in this splendid venue. Germany, I think, qualifies as a key player on this scene. I mean, they have been at least central to many of the debates and discussions that are surrounding the current crisis and the great shifts that we are talking about in European security. And not least, they have produced their own hashtag, Zeitenwende turnaround, which is all over the place. And the reason why there's so much discussion about the German shift or reevaluation of their policy is, of course, that in the matter of just a few days around the 24th of February, Germany reversed long-standing policies, quite a number of them. I just mentioned them very shortly. They agreed to join its allies and partners on sanctions, quite heavy sanctions, including suspension of the controversial Nord Stream 2 pipeline. They upended they gave up their reluctance against sending weapons into a war zone. And perhaps most surprisingly, they finally, some would say, agreed or decided to invest heavily in their defense spending, so heavily that few have expected this dimension, a special fund of 100 billion euro, mainly thought to fill long-standing gaps, and the decision to spend more than 2% of GDP on defense in the coming years, a move that would catapult them to 3rd place in global rankings behind US and China, surpassing European allies UK and France, if followed through, of course. Now, these changes, these bold changes, you would say, come with a big however. Firstly, of course, because, as most of you know, they have come about under immense pressure from the situation, from a war breaking out and forcing them to act, but also under immense pressure from allies and partners who thought Germany was too hesitant for a long time. And then, although widely applauded, these changes almost immediately turned into criticism and doubts. Doubts about Germany actually following through as promised, and criticism about being too late, too cautious, too hesitant. Now, some of this criticism, and we will certainly hear from our French colleague afterwards, have been directed at the Franco-German couple together. The two of them have been accused of being too hesitant with regard to weapon deliveries. They have been attacked for maintaining a line of communication with Russia. They have been accused of considering obtaining a ceasefire before the war had proceeded further, and not least, they're also accused of delaying Ukraine's ambitions for becoming a member of the EU. Now, this raises a lot of questions, and I have to be frank, many of us who observe Germany and German politics closely day by day are puzzled. We don't have the answers, and apparently neither do politicians in Germany understand what's going on in their own country, and this only shows you how little allies and partners can understand. So one question is, of course, is all this criticism that is cast quite violently against Germany right now justified? I would say only partly. It is absolutely, because all this hesitance, this ambiguity might have several structural reasons, and it might be the cause of very, very bad communication, especially on behalf of the Chancellor. But as a whole, it creates an uncertainty about a key ally that is simply not good and should be revised as quickly as possible. But in my view, there is no basis or no real basis to criticize Germany on two things, and this is the general support of Ukraine and the genuine ambition to reverse decades of Russia policy. And the second thing is, I think there's no real basis to question Germany's commitment to collective defense and to NATO. If you read almost every statement that has been made by the Chancellor, by other members of the government since February 24th, almost every time the government underlines its willingness to step up its commitment to the alliance, to defend each square meter of the alliance. And this rhetoric has also been backed up by actually reinforcing Germany's presence at the eastern flank, and for us, importantly, here in the north, also in the Baltic Sea, quite substantially. Another big question is what we then can expect from Germany in the future. Will they turn, when these discussions proceed, turn into a different ally, a bolder ally, a more reliable ally? I think it's important to look at all the fields in which Germany is playing. It's the EU, of course, it's NATO, it's the G7. So Germany has both a regional European role. It sees itself also, at least as a political and economic player, as a global player. And it also has to look inside. It sees itself as an anchor of stability in Europe. It needs to produce stability in Germany. It needs to make sure that all these projects, all these crises have to be handled without taking up too much debt. And this is a big question, how to finance all this without taking over. So the sum of all these considerations apparently pose a quite heavy burden on German decision makers, which you would then say paralyze them in face with the current crisis. So the third question I want to mention is the one we debate on this panel, which is central to all these questions of this conference, is how will the war and the changes that it set into motion impact on Euro-Atlantic security architecture, meaning how can European and American allies together guarantee security and stability? Where do they have to cooperate, and where do they have to find a meaningful division of labor in the future? Here's where there are huge challenges ahead, which Germany has to address, together with France, most of them. And this is, of course, reforming the EU, implementing the strategic the compass that has been talked about, and, of course, also deal with the prospect of enlargements, not only the Ukraine, but it's also the countries of the Western Balkans knocking at Europe's door. So will Germany show, together with France, the leadership needed to address all these challenges? Especially among the critics of Germany and France, we are seeing a debate now about leadership in Europe that suggests that others, perhaps the Central and Eastern European countries, together with the UK and the US, should take the lead because apparently France and Germany cannot do this. I think these debates, in a way, reflect the new diversity we're seeing in European security, which Germany and France have to address and which they need to take serious. At the same time, it still matters, of course, what the big countries think and what they do, how they cooperate. So I think this debate about leadership in Europe actually is misleading. Interesting, of course, an interesting element, and I spent the last minutes on this, perhaps, is how Germany will reorient. What we have seen, and which has been a quite remarkable feature of this crisis, was the close coordination with the US, which is largely due to a very, very constructive approach on behalf of the Biden administration, which has worked very, very well for Germany. They really invited them into a dialogue, and this made things much, much more easier for a chancellor like Scholz to actually act more. At the same time, Germany, of course, all the time has to and does look to France, look to its main partner. And I recommend you all to watch or hear or read the press conference of 9th May between Macron and Bundeskanzler Scholz, where it's really a back and forth on mentioning we are still our best friends, we still need together bring Europe forward, at the same time making clear we are NATO, we are doing this for NATO, the US is really our most important partner. And if you want more concrete proof, it's Germany's decision to actually buy now American F-35 fighter jets, while at the same time in the Scholz speech of 27 February and in subsequent documents always insisting this doesn't mean we're giving up on our joint defense investments together with France. So to conclude, right now we are witnessing almost daily evaluations of Germany's performance and growing frustration among many observers about the lack of a clear line, a strategy, and as we have learned, not easy to interpret these statements of the Chancellor and to square them with perhaps much bolder statements by the foreign minister or even by its own parliamentary group. And now we might learn more about all this when Germany, in the coming weeks or months, presents its first ever national security strategy, and a China strategy has been promised. But I think we shouldn't expect too much of it, because please remember that this is still a very young government. In this constellation, it is quite inexperienced. It has embarked on this duty with a very, very ambitious agenda, like all other countries. This is now faced with a war it has to deal with. And to end on a positive note, this government still holds together. And political stability in these times is also some important capital. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin, for reminding us that Germany still has a very young government. How do you feel about that, François Hesbourg? He's still from IISS in London and from the Institute of Strategic Research in Paris. You know him from the first panel. Please take 7 minutes, and then you will engage in the debate afterwards.
Thank you very much. And because several points which are germane to the French position have already been made, notably in the French-German context, that will allow me not to cover them again, but that doesn't mean that I don't share them. First point, which is a prefatory point, and that is the war is only 89 days old. And that's another way of saying that before one is tempted to pass definitive judgments of the sort that one finds in spades in the Twittosphere, you have to project yourself a year or two ahead in time and to be quite diffident, quite careful. And this applies not only to the analytical community, but the analytical community is free and should be free to say about it once, but even more so in the official community, because if you spend your days, as some of our official friends in some of the EU countries, they seem to be spending more of their time critiquing Germany and France than in trying to find ways to work together more positively. It is a facile sport, notably vis-à-vis Germany for the reasons which are indicated, but it's a particularly sterile and to some extent a dangerous sport because this war is going to go on and we need unity badly. That's my prefatory point. First element, and that is the general French position vis-à-vis the war in Ukraine. To put it in a nutshell, to understand what is driving Macron and informing his policy, the press conference and the presentations which preceded it in Moscow on the 7th of February of this year. I have actually seen and heard no tougher presentation of the NATO position and the EU position combined than we heard from Macron that particular night. And indeed, nobody that I know of found any fault with anything that he said. And that, of course, was also a tipping point in the march to war. It became clear, at least to me, that war had become inevitable because the positions stated by Macron, which are our positions, were totally incompatible with the positions which Putin recalled and reaffirmed that same night. Weapons, provision of weapons. The French have been providing a lot of hardware to Ukraine since 2014. I did not make a mistake. I didn't say since February 24th, 2022. I said since 2014. There has been relatively little communication on this, but the amounts were not inconsiderable. They did not do, to my knowledge at least, a surge provision of weaponry of the sort to which Britain and the US did spectacularly well, I would add, in February, March, and subsequently of this year. It wasn't the same approach. The French, for OPSEC reasons to one extent, for reasons at the time of not making what was then still a prospective negotiation more difficult. Minsk, the corpse of Minsk was not yet entirely dead at the time. And indeed, the most public information we had on the provision of weapons by the French were provided by the Russian General Staff when they complained about the French anti-tank, the Milan missiles, in the famous presentation by Gerasimov and company at the end of phase 1 and on the eve of the beginning of phase 2. They complained, as they did about the Swedish, British, German and other anti-tank weapons. The French government has started communicating only over the last couple of weeks, notably on the provision of the very long-range artillery. The crews have been trained. My understanding is that the artillery has been delivered, but I don't actually know that. Operational security is part of the picture. And thanks to the Swedish warhead of that particular brand of long-range artillery, this will actually make an appreciated difference on the battlefield. And the Ukrainians have been quite impatient to use this kit. Second point, on the new strategic dispensation. The words strategic autonomy are hardly mentioned these days. That will not have escaped you. Part of that, of course, is that it's first things first. Let's get on with this war. Let's get on with this whole affair, and we can always discuss. Some would say theology, others would say strategy at a later stage. But more substantially, what have we discovered or rediscovered? First of all, we have rediscovered that to deter a nuclear superpower, and this is a conflict, this is a war with a nuclear dimension, Well, you have NATO, you have the US, and you have Britain, and you have France. And the EU is not part of that picture. The second thing, of course, is that the picture of the war is much wider than that. And that you can't get a number of things done, notably in the field of tech transfer, and I mentioned specifically tech transfer, not simply sanctions in general. You have to have, of course, full use of the EU, full use of the G7, and so on. So we have this extraordinary case of what used to be called the complementarity between organizations, between NATO and the EU in particular. But this is more than complementarity. This is actually, in a way, intrication. And here also, like was the case a few minutes ago, I would emphasize the professionalism of American diplomacy in this period. This was really, it is something we had not been used to, well, let's say, close to a quarter of a century. It came as a very welcome surprise. And I hope that this actually is a new normal. Last point, very quickly, enlargement, the EU, which was mentioned earlier on today. The French have been against every single enlargement to a large country since the beginning of the EU. So there's nothing personal about this. The Brits certainly got the treatment for about 10 years, and unfortunately we failed. I think the Brits will agree with me that it was not a good idea to have been admitted. We were too weak-kneed. Spain, God, it was difficult for the Spanish, talking about farm subsidies. Woo. Poland, Turkey. This is the norm for the French. And here I would emphasize a small point. This is a fairly broad spectrum attitude. It does not apply to the smaller countries, I would add. If you draw the list of the smaller countries, in most cases the French were in favor. It has little or nothing to do with pro-Russianism or Putin verstehen, although the Putin versteher are naturally against enlargement, that's true. It is a much broader constituency than the Putin versteher. And if I were a Ukrainian diplomat, which I am not, maybe I should, it would be a great job these days. I would urge them to be very careful in not confusing the fight that they need to wage for enlargement, and I'm in favor, and the fight that they have to wage against the Putin versteher. It's not the same approaches, not the same arguments. Voilà.
Thank you very much, Francois. Rob Johnson, please come up and give us the British perspective. Rob is director of the Oxford Changing Character of War Centre at the Oxford University. You are heartily welcome in Oslo as all the others. Please give us your perspective.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. I'm conscious I should be very brief. Well, first of all, let me say thank you. And I want to say thank you for the Christmas tree that you send us every year. My new office in London actually overlooks the square, so I shall be looking forward to observing that. And it reminds me of the fact that we are in a special relationship with Norway. And whenever I mention the special relationship to my American friends, they go, "Hey, Rob, I didn't realize you were an Israeli." We tend to privilege these relationships, but I think the one with Norway is especially important. Now, of course, I've been asked to say something about the British perspective, and those of you who've watched with interest and popcorn the Brexit debate in Britain will know there is no one British perspective. We are a lively and healthy democracy, and I cannot possibly capture the views of one country in just in a 6.5 minutes left presentation. But I think when we are faced with deep uncertainty, as we are today, the temptation is to look at things in a singular or binary fashion. And that came out this morning. And I'm not speaking as a member of the British government. I'm about to go into a UK government job. These are purely observations of the way that we tend to oversimplify things in a European defence and security context. Now, that said, it was once said, and you will know who I'm talking about here, it was once said that Britain's policy towards Europe was to keep the Americans in, the Germans down, and the Russians out. Today, I would suggest to you it's keep the Americans in, keep the EU aligned, keep the Russians down, and keep China constrained. So if you forget everything else I'm about to say, I think that sums up most of the UK policy. Last November, let me take you back one step. Last November, the United Kingdom released its so-called integrated review, its defence, foreign policy and security review. And by the way, trade was also there as well. It was the first time the United Kingdom had released a singular document to clarify its policy towards the world. And what they identified was they wanted to focus on threats, the civil and military fusion in China, which poses such a threat to the European economy, Russia's military and informational threats to the rules-based international system, climate change, and so on. And the United Kingdom wanted to capitalize on opportunities offered by science and technological development, by global trade, and by climate cooperation. And in that review, rather remarkably, the British took a long view. So when we've been assessing the validity of that integrated review, that security review, we need to judge it against a 10-year horizon. On the whole, the British were correct about more global contestation, the challenge to the rules-based international system by Russia, the use of economic leverage against the United Kingdom, its allies, and particularly against the EU. They also assess that Russian competition with the United Kingdom and its allies and partners will last decades, not just this year. Si vis pacem para bellum, as they say. It did assume, incorrectly, that there would be no major war in Europe for 10 years. And of course, almost before the ink was dry on the integrated review, on the 17th of December of 2021, Russia gave its ultimata to NATO and to the United States. The gap of 10 years was supposed to be the opportunity to modernize the United Kingdom's armed forces. But now, of course, they face, like all of us in Europe, inflation and higher commodity prices, which is going to really call into question the ability to deliver. I think after Brexit, there was some question about whether Britain would be more absent from European affairs. I hope you agree with me that what we've seen is quite the opposite. The United Kingdom has been eager to demonstrate its European credentials, and NATO remains the pillar of British defence. And while the United Kingdom has embraced Finland and Sweden, we should be honest with ourselves that the British have expressed concern about the lack of commitment by Germany, France, and Italy over this Ukraine crisis in ways that the Ukrainian ambassador spoke of this morning. And I think there are some hard truths. Britain is eager to do things together with Europe, but it's worried about certain issues. Let me share those with you in the interest of time. I'll be very, very brief. We heard this morning about how the United States has called consistently for European countries to spend the 2% of GDP they committed to in 2014. But too many countries still make token contributions. And where will we be in 10 years' time when this Ukraine war is long over? Will we go back to tokenism? Britain is also concerned that the Europeans tended to deny that Russia would ever use war as an instrument of policy. The EU kept telling us this is irrational and Russia will never do it. There's been far too much faith in soft power, our values, even when we could see what Russia was preparing for some years ago. Britain is concerned about that too. Britain is most concerned that the fact that Europe is not prepared for armed conflict. It has boutique armed forces, very good at doing out-of-area expeditionary operations. It is not yet equipped for war fighting. And I don't mean fighting battles. I've no doubt about Polish divisional commanders and Italian armored division commanders. I'm sure they'll do a super job in battle. But war? No, we're not ready. Just bear in mind that both China and Russia are predicated in their societal organization for war. The EU currently, in British view, is complicit in undermining European security. Its eagerness to do deals with communist China to achieve its economic objectives, its enthusiasm for the CAI deal, for example, and the preferential positions of Chinese companies, leaves the British feeling quite distinctly cold. And I think there is a question to be asked here about the EU's policy towards the United Kingdom's sovereignty in Northern Ireland. They see that as not just undermining London, but actually encouraging nationalism and separatism. The breakup of the United Kingdom, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, would be a disaster for European security. Now, what are the ways of working, though, with these rather awkward cousins of yours in Britain? How do you work with them? Well, I think, first of all, you need to recognize, as the British do, that there is a geo-economic shift underway and that the United Kingdom is a globally focused, not merely regionally focused country. The Ukraine war is indicative of global changes that are going on. This war will affect North Africa and the Middle East and Asia as much as it affects Europe. Secondly, I think you should recognize that the United Kingdom is tilting towards the Indo-Pacific, not pivoting, but tilting. Rapid technological development as the foundation for its future prosperity lies with Asia, not, in its view, only with Europe. And climate measures will need to be dealt with as a global issue, not as a merely European one. Note also that the security implications of China's assertiveness have meant the British have moved towards a Pacific policy. AUKUS was not an anti-French measure. AUKUS for the British was part of a closer relationship with Australia and the Pacific countries. And indeed, there's a much closer relationship now going on with Japan as a key maritime partner. Britain expects more global coercion by China and by Russia in the future. China states openly that it seeks to break the West's global dominance. There's also the threat of nuclear proliferation and climate crises, which the British want to deal with at root, which means dealing with them globally. And finally on this list, just be aware that the United Kingdom is a maritime-led power with global interests. Its naval expansion, the development of future commando forces, the expansion of its special forces capability, littoral strike groups, space situation awareness, and the 2 carrier groups for expeditionary air power indicate that Britain is looking globally, not just at this region alone. It wants to enhance its lethality and its land nobility and deployable land forces. And it's concerned that European unity currently forged by the Ukraine war is temporary and the European forces are not yet configured for multi-domain integration. So let me conclude with just 2 quick points, if I may. So I've mentioned that the UK is a maritime power. Its contribution to NATO is nuclear, has a surface fleet, a brilliant anti-submarine warfare capability, logistics, submarines, and air-sea surveillance, all of which it can deploy in the high north and Arctic. And in strategy, it wants to deny and to compel choice of those coercive powers, partly through containment of Russia currently, but also, as the Prime Minister said only last week, again, Putin must fail. Britain's policy is committed towards the defeat of Russia in this war. Its objective, therefore, crosses all the boundaries, all the domains, and it has to be seen in that context. If you want to work with Britain, ensure that you're working across the domains. So it's a global power, culturally, economically, politically, and militarily. It regards the threats as emanating from global issues, and while therefore Europe is at its roots and it's committed to European defence, it is very concerned by what it sees as Europe's relative weakness and the lack of cooperation it's seeing from Brussels. Crucially, of course, the UK sees the United States as the global muscle that it must be close to, and its integration with the United States is vital. But let me end with this remark, because I know I'm handing over to my Swedish colleague, is that Britain was one of the first countries to give security guarantees to Sweden as it got concerned about potential NATO membership. And I think if we start with the Norwegian relationship, it's nice to hand off to my left hand to the Swedish relationship. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rob, for reminding us that Britain is the global power. Now we are going over to the Nordic powers. And I remember Boris Johnson, he was in Sweden just a couple of weeks ago, rowing together with Magdalena Andersson, making good pictures of that. Yes. And it's so good to have you here, Anna Wislander, a good friend also of the committee. She's the director of Northern Europe in the Atlantic Council and the Secretary General of the Swedish Defence Association, and has been working for a long time for Swedish NATO membership, don't you? Yeah. Please.
Thank you.
7 minutes. The guys has used much more.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Kate and your team for the invitation to come here. It's lovely to be back here in Oslo. And I was going to start with the Swedish Parliament a week ago when our Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson concluded her remarks on the security policy assessment and discussion by saying that Sweden is worth defending and Sweden is best defended in NATO. And wow, you know, that was more than 200 years of one policy shift for Sweden, who we have been navigating since the end of the Napoleon Wars, just actually without any treaty, just avoiding binding military security guarantees. And now we have 2 days later joined forces with Finland, and on Wednesday, May 18, last week, we turned in the NATO application. So I was going to focus my remarks here, just give you a little bit of a Stockholm perspective on this process, these past months, and then touch briefly upon two major, you know, what comes next, what consequences could I see for European security ahead. And I think it's fair to say that, you know, Stockholm during this process has been looking mostly at Helsinki. And Helsinki has been looking at Moscow. And that has been the tour of the discussion. And there has been two processes, as many speakers have talked about this past half year. Of course, the Russian troop buildup, and later on the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And the second process, the draft treaties that Russia proposed to the US and NATO in mid-December on a new security order for Europe. And when it comes to, just to mention how Sweden assessed the Russian military buildup before Christmas, actually our official stance, it has shown the intel services, did not really believe in an invasion. We actually also discussed with the US on this in early December. The Swedish assessment was that this would be perhaps a new version of Little Green Men and, you know, hybrid warfare, or more of land grabs of Ukraine, but not a full-scale invasion. And then came the draft treaties in mid-December, and they were, of course, something that Sweden marked against, but not at the highest level of prime minister, but the defense minister went out and marked against it. And I'm talking about these two things because I think it's important. Here you start to see the shift a little bit, and my Finnish colleague will give you a more, you can question my analysis, but this is how it looked from Stockholm. Here we started to see that Helsinki was more concerned in December on the threat level of the buildup, but mostly, I think, on the draft treaties and what this would imply for the small states' space of maneuver. If this would come through, Russian will to roll back times to the Cold War, or even worse in some aspects of it, paralyzing future NATO enlargement, creating a buffer zone and a sphere of interest for Russia. This would be very, very bad, of course, for Sweden, but we did not realize it really in the same way as, I would argue, as Finland did. It was very clear at President Niinistö's New Year speech. If you haven't listened to it, I think this is an excellent speech, and it also drew a lot of international attention. I think we all started getting phone calls. Could you please comment on this? Because this was something we understood something was happening here. Still, Sweden did not comment until a week later or so. So we were not at the same place on levels of concern here. And I think after a while, it became very clear to us that Finland was activating its NATO option in its security doctrine. And even though Sweden and Finland have had, since 2014, I would say identical security doctrines, strong national defense, strong relationship with NATO, very close partners, and also a range of other bilateral, trilateral arrangements. And the third component, strong proponents for the international rules-based order. Sweden did not have a NATO option. We did not say that if things get worse, we would have the option to join NATO. And I really didn't get it, to be honest. I tried to explain to international experts what's the difference, and I couldn't really answer it. But it became obvious here in January, February, that there was an advantage for Finland, because the parties in parliament somehow had captured that at some moment when things get really bad, we have to consider this at fast pace. And Sweden, on the other hand, we had pretty locked positions on NATO membership, polarized between the opposition and the government against, and the opposition for. And we have national elections coming up in September. So this means that things were not moving at all, especially in Stockholm. We did not have a plan, but we started to react more to what Helsinki did, actually. And this thing we had never thought either, because I think Sweden had assumed that perhaps as the biggest Nordic country, we would lead the way towards a possible NATO membership one day. But actually it turned out it was on the other side of the Baltic Sea that this happened. So, as Kate said in her introductory remark, there is a before and after February 24th, and I think that goes for most countries here. What happened in Sweden then was that the polls for NATO membership went up drastically, from around 35–40% up above 50%, and now it's up 60% for NATO membership. So we had a movement here. People looked around and felt that, oh, this is a bad situation. There is an alliance called NATO. Seems like a good idea to join. And that was a little bit the end of the analysis, I think, for most people. It made sense to join. We announced in early March, 2 weeks after the invasion, that Sweden would increase defense spending to 2%. ASAP, as I call it, but at the time limit, it has not really been set when we are going to reach this. And now with NATO membership coming up, it might, speed up even further. But we are concluding, looking at plans, and we will have this ambition. So that was very good news for us who do defense and security. But still, our Prime Minister around that time said that NATO membership would be destabilizing for Baltic Sea security, and that kind of upset also a lot of people in Helsinki, I think, because the discussion was moving a little bit in another direction. And I think this was actually the turning point. I want to make that a point. When Sweden understood that Finland was doing its assessment, and if Finland would land in that it would favor a NATO membership, Finland would do it anyway. It would be better to do it with Sweden, but Finland would go with or without Sweden. And that made a difference in Stockholm. That made the difference in Stockholm. It gave a shift in parliamentary support for NATO because the Swedish Democrats, the third biggest party, said, okay, if Finland joins, we will switch our policy. So that was an easy analysis for them. But it meant that the Social Democrats, the government, started working with this around that time, around Easter, a little bit before. So this is not that many weeks back, actually. Our Prime Minister led that discussion and said that now the time has come for Sweden to really consider NATO membership. And why then? Well, just a week ago or so, we had a parliamentary group describing the security policy analysis of Sweden, and it's basically identical to the Finnish one. And I think President Niinistö said it the best. He said, he answered a question, what will you tell Russia when you say that you propose NATO membership? And he said, well, I will tell Russia, look yourself in the mirror. You caused this. And this is the same for Sweden. It's not possible to keep the dialogue with Russia. Finland has had a special one, but Sweden has had, the same ambition. It's not possible to stay outside of formal arrangements and rely on informal ally status when the risk level from a big neighbor possessing nuclear weapons is so big that it full-scale invade another neighbor. And we had not really figured out that this would happen, but it happened, and you have to change when things change. And I think the fact also that Ukraine was outside of NATO, that's also a lot of what actually ordinary people saw, I think, made a conclusion of that. So I will conclude just to say a couple of words on what this will bring. Militarily, and I know you will discuss this more tomorrow, this is a little bit of a wet dream for a defense planner, having Sweden and Finland inside of NATO with the Scandinavian peninsula, what you could do up in the high north, what you can prepare in the Baltic Sea, and how we can also the North Atlantic with the Gothenburg harbor. All of this comes together for defense planning, for operational planning in a way that is really, we should make something really good out of this, to my sense, and create that deterrence of denial area. Politically, I think what comes together is that 2 EU members joins NATO. And this is really what I want to leave for the discussion on order. But that order has fallen, to my view. I don't think we know the future order, but we know that we still have the institutions here in Europe. I'm talking about the regional security order, not the grand order. We have the EU, we have NATO. This is even more solidified when Sweden and Finland joins. And I think this is what we will build upon. It's an order that cannot include Russia. Doesn't mean that we will not have communication with Russia, but we will not sit at the table and feel secure together with Russia. We will balance against Russia within that order. And with that, I would like to thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anna. It's good to hear that the Finns has been very driving force behind this. I would like to hear it from a Finn himself. Mika Aaltola, please come up to the podium. He is the director of the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, also a professor at International Relations at Tallinn University. We are really eager to hear what happened in Finland during these winter months. Please.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Anna, on those remarks on Finland. If a year ago I would have given my prediction on Finnish NATO membership, I would have seen that based on what I knew back then, the opportunities for that are very low. Even though I have always been a firm NATO membership supporter for Finland, it's about timing. You have to, like Machiavelli said, especially the small ones, have to take their decisions at the right time. And the time became ripe. I think 24th of February was a very dramatic moment for many of us, seeing what happened when large-scale warfare broke out in Europe that was devastating, shocking, that the international war had returned to Europe. On hindsight, of course, it shouldn't be surprising that power transformation struggles all usually touch and start from Europe. And this is what we have in front of us. It is a full-scale challenge on the existing order of things, not only in Europe, but wider global rule-based order is being challenged. And that usually means that there's going to be series of conflicts, either simultaneously or then one after another. They might be unrelated, but the pressure is boiling over in different corners of the world. And there are different drivers from the pandemic that lowered the trust levels quite radically between the key powers, to the present conflict in Europe, to the coming resource scarcity. And also it is striking that we have genocides happening in today's Europe. But it wasn't the 24th of February. It was the fact that the Ukrainians were fighting and the force met with the counterforce already in the willingness of Ukrainians to defend their country. I think that was a wake-up call in Finland. And it wasn't a top-down process in Finland. It was a bottom-up process. The population changed their opinion quite dramatically. It started to increase the NATO support. Before the invasion was about 25%. Now it is 85% in Finland. So old memories came back. Finland remembered what its position on the map has been traditionally and historically. And if you look to the geostrategic map of Northern Europe, you don't have to be a genius to figure out what has been the Finnish role during the past centuries or so as a part of the Swedish Empire, and then later on during the Second World War, during the Winter War and Continuation War. And the dilemma wasn't very hard. There's a Finnish saying that during the Continuation War, the choice was between plague and cholera. Well, right now, the choice wasn't that difficult because it was a choice between remaining where you are, somehow trying to stabilize the situation through being static, not seizing at the moment, or then choosing a defense alliance of democracies. So the choice was relatively obvious. So if you look into the Finnish history, you can see quite a lot of the answers why the change happened. I find some poetic justice in the fact that the last remnants of the Swedish Empire chose together, and the Swedes were following the Finns. But if you look to the map, well, they followed us by 8 seconds, and the Finnish media actually counted those seconds when the application letters were given to NATO, and that matters when it comes to media, and the media narratives, they stem from the strategic culture of the country. What resonates with the population is seen in the headlines of the newspapers in Finland. So it became clear that we have a role, and the role that we used to have, that was based on the legacies of the so-called Finlandization process. That was a strategic tool used by the Soviet Union, a window dressing policy, to attract Western European democracies to join the happy cohabitation between different systems. It had some effect in Western Germany, for example. The Ostpolitik was partly based on legacies of that same period. It was the Germans and the Austrians, by the way, who coined the term Finlandization. It was a curse word. For Finland, it was a problem to be explained away during the Cold War years, but then it had the legacy, it had the tail, kind of a Finnish version of isolationism, somehow explaining that for us, Russia is a special case, and we have a special relationship with Russia based on trust. Then later on, after the end of the Cold War, it became a good neighborly policy. Then the word management came up, that we are managing the Russia relationships, so masterfully. And now, of course, time is that to realize that we have difficulties in managing a neighbor that starts a war in the neighborhood. So how to manage a disruption? Rather than managing, you have to ground and earth such shocks that are emanating from Russia. And I was happy that Finland decided last weekend to discontinue exporting natural gas from Russia. So we are seeing clear ramifications, and the legacy of a policy and the political capital invested in it is coming down, and that is going to have consequences when it comes to future Finnish foreign policy. So the foreign policy has to be built from the ground up based on grey granite, not so much on the naive expectation that you can gain peace through trade, but peace has to be there in the first place, a sustainable peace, in order to have trading relationship with a neighbor that is increasingly not only autocratic, but totalitarian, kind of a Russist regime based on a personality cult, mysticism of the mother Russia. If you read the article by Putin from last June, it was full of text that is reminiscent of what Slobodan Milosevic said about Kosovo, that the heart of Kosovo is the heart of Serbia is in Kosovo, and therefore we cannot give it up. But it is also reminiscent of one particular book written by an author of Austrian origin. So the orphan children of Belarus and Ukraine has to be returned underneath to the skirt of Mother Russia. They have swallowed up Belarus already. So now the question then becomes, what is left of the legacy? 6 months ago, I would have been here. If you would have invited me, I would have been talking about the spirit of Helsinki and the importance of that. But we cannot spoil a spirit when there's a cold wind blowing from Siberia. So we need to recalculate the kind of the multilateral side of the Finnish foreign policy, when to use some of the legacies that are still very important in Europe. When Russia is overextended and overexhausted, that might be the moment. But now the moment is not ripe for that. But the ripeness of the NATO membership is here with us. And I hope that we can reach that together with Sweden. And I'm sure that the Turks can be convinced that there has been quite a lot of support, for example, from Finland when it comes to the EU track, when it comes to different initiatives that Turkey has made. Finland has never regarded Turkey as an outsider to Europe. So it is a little bit surprise to us that they would be blocking NATO membership. But let's see what happens after drinking a few cups of tea with the Turks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and for reminding us that it's a cold wind blowing from Siberia. How is that in Central Europe? Please, Marton Ugrösti, you are the director of the Institute for Foreign Affairs and Trade in Budapest. You have 7 minutes. Janne, my moderator, is looking at the time. If you can have 10, then we will have 50 minutes for discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And I have to start with a disclaimer, just as Rob did, that this might be the very last time when I can truly say that I do not speak on behalf of the Hungarian government. So please allow me to make the most out of these 7 minutes. First of all, let me start with history. I know it's boring, but we have to mention that. If you look at how the Soviet Union used to dominate Central Europe, it was through a hub and spoke of energy, transportation, and political systems. For the Soviet Union, it was crucial that these countries would not cooperate with each other, and should the case arise, as it have risen in all the countries during Soviet occupation, they could cut them off from the energy lines, from communications, and from basically everything. This is a legacy that we have to deal with as we speak. We've been members of the European Union for 18 years now, and the crucial north-south connections are still missing. So if we're talking about how we can get rid of Russian gas and Russian oil, you have to bear in mind that we literally do not have any alternatives. We have countries in Central Europe who are importing their natural gas, 100% of their gas from Russia. And if we want to change that, we have to invest hundreds of millions of euros into infrastructure. We have to invest in roads. We have to invest in rail, also to allow military movements. I've met Ben Hodges a couple of years ago, and this was one of the messages that he told me, that we're physically not able to carry our tanks around Central Europe because we don't have enough rail cars and the bridges are not strong enough. 5 years have passed, not much has changed. So we have some homework to do. And also, the historical experience of Central Europe is that we are the borderlands between the great European empires. One of them used to be Germany under different names, and the other Russia under different names. Well, if you translate borderlands into Russian, that's Ukraine, if you wish. So a very familiar name these days. And it is for that reason that all the countries of the region, regardless of their political points of view, do cherish and do value both NATO and EU membership. That is the cornerstone of our security, and this is why all of the countries of Central Europe are staunch proponents and supporters of further EU and NATO enlargement, because we know what it means. We know what it means to be outside of NATO. Ukrainians are experiencing this as we speak, and we know what it feels to be inside NATO and have that kind of umbrella over your head that can protect you from these kind of outside threats. And if I talk about defense, we also have to bear in mind that many Central European countries have been increasing their defense spending recently. We've been criticized as free riders for a long time, but I don't think anybody would criticize Poland these days that they're not spending enough on their military. And all the other countries in the region are doing their best to meet the funding commitments as we all accepted in Wales in 2014, after Crimea actually, to increase military spending and do our part. Of course, in the case of North Macedonia, that part will be small, but still, for the credibility of the alliance, it is crucial that everybody would contribute. The next point I would like to mention is about strategic interests. And I think all of the Central European countries agree that a prosperous, stable, and secure Ukraine is in the interest of all of us. And that is because nobody wants a failed state in our neighborhood. That's a prime security threat to all of us. And for that reason, all of us are interested in the reconstruction of Ukraine, also in attaining a position where all the parties, and especially the Ukrainians, are satisfied with what they were able to gain on the battleground, and also the full restoration of Ukraine's sovereignty between its recognized international borders. That goes without question, I think, but we have to emphasize that from time to time. And truth to be told, and I'm not abusing my situation that this might be the last time I'm speaking to you, is that obviously this region is important. The region east of NATO's eastern flank is important for all of the Central European nations because this is the buffer zone we have against Russia. I know this is really blunt. It's politically completely incorrect, but the reason that we need a stable Ukraine within or outside of NATO, which can protect itself, is because of ourselves as well. If Ukraine can hold up the Russian invasion just as it is doing right now, that promotes the stability and security of Central Europe. And for that reason, most of these countries in the region have decided to support Ukraine in its war against Russia as we speak. And the institutional part of that is equally important. So if we try to understand that why Central European countries have been promoting NATO and EU enlargement, that is because of the experience we had. You cannot really say that the countries of Central Europe have been always very close friends with each other. We had lots of historical conflicts. You've seen war in the former Yugoslavia, but these institutional frameworks that we've had to accept as part of our EU and NATO accession, have preempted that kind of a political misunderstanding, that misunderstandings that could have ended up in more dire situations and possibly, well, maybe not armed conflict, but a more serious conflict between the countries of the region. So if we can export that stability, especially to the Western Balkans, to the countries of the Eastern Partnership, and possibly Ukraine if the situation is being resolved, that is something that can contribute and will contribute to the security of the Euro-Atlantic community and also to the Central European countries. Of course, I have to mention that if you look at the Central European countries, and especially the V4, we are united up unto a point. We should be very frank about the differences we have among each other, even within the 4 countries of the V4, which is Poland, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary, is that the extent to which we are willing to support Ukraine are different. But that is because of the different threat assessment we have. Obviously, for Poland, it is an existential question that the Russian aggression should be stopped, and Poland is doing everything and anything necessary which is needed to do that. In the case of other countries, like the country where I come from, the threat assessment is a little bit different, so we tend to be on the cautious side. Now, how you can resolve these differences in a meaningful way and how you can overcome these differences is a major question, and it will be at the European Council later this week. But I am confident that we will be able to reach such a compromise on which everybody can agree and is still allowing Ukraine to protect itself from the Russian invasion. And the final point that I would like to make are the unintended consequences of the EU's reaction to the war in Ukraine. First of all, I've been working a lot with the Western Balkans countries, and there's an enormous amount of frustration that they've been applying, they've been reforming, but only to be always rejected by the European Union. Now, if Ukraine can get a fast-track access to the EU, that basically destroys the credibility of enlargement on the Western Balkans. Nobody would really believe anymore, the European Union, that you should really go through all the 35 chapters, you have to reform your legal system, and so on and so forth, all the tiresome work which has been done by the Central European countries and is yet to be done by the Western Balkans countries if there's a side entrance. So we should work on that. The second is what already came out during the conversation is that nobody really talks about EU strategic autonomy anymore. If you walk around in Central Europe, nobody's talking about defense cooperation in the EU. NATO is dominating the discourse for a certain reason, because obviously NATO is the most effective tool to reinforce the eastern flank, and this is the most effective tool to protect ourselves. And I think we also at a point where the differentiation between the so-called old Europe and new Europe is resurfacing again. My German colleague has been referring to this earlier, that Germany and France has not been so quick to react to all the demands coming out of Ukraine and also from our American friends. And the Eastern Central European countries have been more keen on providing support, whether it's political, military, and so on and so forth. So in order to overcome these kind of divisions within the European Union, I think we have a bit of a homework to do. Hopefully the European Council later this week can lead us in that way. And the very final point before I run out of time, and Kate will mute my microphone, it's much easier to do on Zoom actually than here in live, is about sanctions. And I know this is a painful topic, but I get the feeling, and I can be blamed for that, that sometimes we're just sanctioning for the sake of sanctioning without taking into account the economic consequences. And I think when we reached the point of energy, this became very visible. If most of the Central European countries, excluding Poland, would not be able to import Russian oil and gas from tomorrow, our economies would come to a standstill. Now imagine what kind of social and economic consequence that would have on us, and indirectly also on our capability to support Ukraine's fight to repel the Russian invasion. Both Slovakia, Hungary, and the Czech Republic has been providing fuel for Ukraine, obviously also to keep the tanks running. If we don't have fuel, what we would give to the Ukrainians, because so far we don't have any alternative sources. And I will stop here, and I would be happy to take the grilling for the Hungarian position in the Q&A session. Thank you very much. Shall I stay up here?
Thank you very much, Marton. And please welcome Janne Haaland Matlary, professor at the Institute for Political Science at the University in Oslo and also at the Norwegian Defence University College. You will lead this panel through a debate. I thought it was overkill when we had 6 panelists, but it's been fascinating to listen to how differently we see the Ukraine war and how we draw the consequences from it. Please, Janne.
Yes, François, please.
And François.
Thank you so much. And this is almost like a meeting in NATO, G7, or
Should we be standing together?
Yes, this is what I hope. This is what I hope will be the outcome of the debate. There will be a renewed French-British relationship. But before we get to the conclusion, we will have some debating. Now, I think, Rob, you wrote in a chapter, in a book that we edited together on military strategy, you wrote a chapter on how states now cooperate. Yes, they cooperate, but they also compete. That's the second C. The third C is confrontation. The fourth one is coercion. The fifth one is conflict. So the 5 C's, that's the guiding star to international diplomacy in this age of great power, rivalry, bipolarism, and so on. And this means that strategic culture, strategic and military ability matter much more, relatively speaking, than for at least the last 30 years to the Europeans. And this is, I think, an entirely new experience for many European politicians who had buried military force as the ultima ratio regum. And now here we are, one traditional invasion, war of aggression in the midst of Europe, and this new reality with China, Russia, and other countries. So let me put to you this scenario. Some weeks ago, the normal reaction, I think, in Europe would have been that a war in Ukraine, it's not our war. They're not in NATO, they are not integrated in European structures. It's none of our concern, really. We will help them, but it's not our war. And then now, some weeks down the line, it is our war. It's a war that's going to be won, say the Americans, with their allies. And indeed, military force has become the only relevant tool for the time being. That is, we're going to have the outcome politically decided by the relative military power in the field. So my question to the 3 great powers here along the table, German money, Großmacht Deutschland, French and British strategic tradition and some money, and a lot of military ability and will to fight. The 3 of you, can you envision yourselves as being the new troika in NATO, that there will be NATO leadership where French-British leadership is restored with a renewed German strategic culture, perhaps? Can you envision that NATO now becomes the most important organization and the strategic autonomy, EU, and so on, is then receding into relative unimportance? Maybe François will say something about that first.
In English, there's an excellent expression which is horses for courses, which means that you use the best tool available to achieve a given end. And it also means that you have to be pragmatic about it, even if the word pragmatism is actually very much a Latin word these days rather than an English word. What are the horses and what are the courses? It's fairly obvious that you cannot have a worldwide Western set of sanctions without the Asian allies. So what are you going to use? You are going to use the G7, which is what we've done. Mm-hmm. You are going to use the mini-lats and the bilats that many of us have with the countries of the Indo-Pacific. Britain, France have their network of strategic partners and dialogues in the region. it would maybe be a good thing if other European countries did so as well. The most important troika, but also the least visible one, has been the G3, which is Washington, London, and Paris, because of the nuclear dimension of this crisis. We don't usually talk very much about the nuclear dimension of this crisis, and the G3 have tended to take the view that it's maybe not a great idea to communicate very much about this, certainly at this stage. But it has been a constant concern. You will have seen how President Biden has been very sensitive to the issue of escalation control and deterrence, possibly sometimes to the point of overdoing it. But we have all been having these debates, and the only thing that I can tell you is that, yes, this is central, and it's very important. The G3 within NATO as a military coordination tool, I don't see it. I mean, I don't actually see it functioning. I see NATO functioning. I see the EU functioning. I see the traditional dyads or multilats functioning. The French-German hasn't been as effective as it has been because we've been in elections, and the Germans have been putting together their very young government. But these things remain. Well, Visegrad 4 I will not expatiate on because I don't know how many there are now in Visegrad. I just came back from Warsaw, and they didn't seem to like very much my questions about Hungary. My short answer is, given the nature of the courses that we have today, the particular horse that you mentioned is for the time being still very much in the stable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, luckily so. Rob, would you like to say something about...
I was going to go after my German colleague.
Yeah, Germany first, please.
Okay. No, I think I very much agree with what François Esbourg says here about the different formats having different purposes. And it is clear that for Germany, the two most important partners are the United States and France. And the two most important organizations are the EU and NATO. And in addition comes all different formats, and globally the G7, the G20 actually is also important, which might cause very new possibilities to engage with the outside world, but also dilemmas, because Putin might be invited to sit at the table, and you will need to make a decision whether to participate or not. But these are the different formats, and then there are bilateral and trilateral formats where the E3 France, Britain, and Germany traditionally also go together when things need to get done on certain issues. I don't see, frankly, anything in NATO in particular changing, other than a very interesting statement from Olaf Scholz at his press conference in NATO, that when he said, listen, one thing we are doing now, we are strengthening territorial defense, and in the future it's only us and the United States who can guarantee territorial defense in Europe. I mean, this is kind of statement that has been completely under the radar, but this shows an understanding that we have certain duties. We are aligned with the US. We're doing very much what they expect from us, or trying to do this, and then always, as I said in my talk, balance this with never upset the French too much, never go too much towards the US, and make them questioning our dedication towards joint European projects, including the project of developing the EU.
Thank you. And Britain?
Well, am I speaking for Britain as well now? Gosh, I feel a great deal of responsibility. There's obviously two ways to look at this, and my colleagues are absolutely right, that on the hard power side of things, NATO, defensive alliance, massive amounts of hard power, we sometimes forget, that actually there are 7 land corps of land power in NATO, an air force that dwarfs the size of the entirety of the Russian Air Force, and fleets that again dwarf, whatever Russia could put to sea. I mean, this is a substantial hard power military alliance. Whether we use it effectively or not is a different question, and potentially that's why, two nations can get together and say, well, territorial defense is down to us. I happen to think they're wrong. I think, if you look at territorial defense in Poland, it's absolutely brilliant.
Or in Finland, for that matter.
Well, I was going to add Finland to our list now that we can include on the list. But look at Romania. Romania's just stood up a new core headquarters. I had the great privilege going along to talk to their teams. In terms of hard power, there is a huge amount on offer, and Britain's contribution will be in the future primarily maritime and air, but nevertheless it's still got a land contribution at the moment. And when it comes to those seas, we think about territorial defence, but let's not forget, the Arctic and High North, Baltic and Mediterranean are part of the package that contains Russia within its limits of its own borders. Now then, we have to consider the rest of the world. And I think the point that I think I would bring in and agree with Francois is that the soft power element is often misunderstood as simply, values and virtues. Economically, the leverage that Europe can bring to bear is astonishing. And with our American allies and Canadians, and then around the rest of the world, absolutely can't be beaten. What I would say, though, is we need to stop thinking, even though we are a defensive alliance, only in terms of defensiveness. We've got to get our defensive crouch and start to look at the critical vulnerabilities of Russia and actually start to intelligently use the powers that we possess. And that isn't just military power and deployments or nuclear. It's intelligently use the power we have to dislocate the Russian state and make them compliant to our will, as some dead Prussian officer once wrote.
Yes, it does seem now that, in a way, we finally have this natural division of labor then. EU, sanctions, economic policy, diplomacy, NATO, hard power, military power. And this has not been so obviously logical before, although one has realized that that would be the only solution in a way to this competition in Brussels. And now we're going to have 2 new EU members in NATO. For Norwegians, this is a bit disconcerting, perhaps, because we are outside. There is no Norwegian speaker on this panel. Perhaps we should have one who said, yes, we are the experienced NATO member. We are, however, not in the EU yet, but once we join the EU, we will certainly be the Nordic leader of you all in NATO. I'm certainly not going to say that, of course, but I expect the Swedes will vie for that position, given their historical great power status. But seriously, it would be interesting to think along these lines, a Nordic bloc in NATO, maybe a Nordic bloc or a Nordic cooperation in the EU, certainly. We have a job to do there, as from Norway's side. But on the NATO side, now we see tremendous possibilities, as Meika was alluding to, and you as well, Anna. I would like to hear, have you had time to give any thought to how the deterrence posture might look in the Baltic Sea? I think for President Putin, there is a sort of nightmare come through here, because NATO is certainly surrounding Russia in the Baltic Sea, Kaliningrad. However, Russia has acquired basic influence, major influence in Belarus, as was also mentioned. Have you given any thought to how the Baltics and the Finns can cooperate, the Swedes? I expect Norway will be very much the Atlantic power in the north, and the 2 of you will be very active in the Baltic region. Perhaps Anna, ladies first.
Yes, well, thank you. Yes, I've been given it a lot of thought, actually, because I think Belarus is an important point. So when we look at Russia now, we have to think of Belarus as well in that context. And I think, given the small distances we have here, the interdependence of our security, we should think of this as extending or building ourselves an anti-access area denial bubble. That's my vision for this area. And it's not only the Baltic, but also up in the high north and down to the North Atlantic. And that would mean that basically having a signal that it's no idea to try and think about this area when it comes to defensive, offensive measures, because we all know that what we are reacting to is the possibility that Russia acts very fast in order to create facts on the ground and to take control over airspace or certain parts of a territory. And in order to prevent that, I think we need to have the deterrence by denial measurement and actually connect the dots that we have. We have missile defense, we have air defense, we have sensors and others, but we have not been able to take the full picture of that and do the planning for it, fill some of the gaps. But Sweden has, for instance, Patriots. They are not connected to any other systems. Poland, has it as well. What can we do there? We have a lot of the aircraft, the jet fighters, they do cross-country border training all over now, but to extend that, do we have the logistics for that? So there are lots of things we can do to, I think, secure this area, because we cannot really do deterrence by punishment. That's extremely costly and extremely bloody, I think. So I would like to have that logic to it.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point, that deterrence by denial is, of course, the preferred position for anyone, not deterrence by punishment. And the ACA2 problem has been exactly the deterrence by punishment model in the Baltics, which is a model we have in the High North in Finnmark as well, but that's another story. Would you like to comment on this question, please?
Yes, it is a good question, and Anna mentioned key aspects of that. So what does it mean to fortify the Nordics in a larger sense of the region, the neighborhood? Well, the Finnish position has been a bit of a geopolitical bind always, from the Kola Peninsula to the Gulf of Finland to the Åland Islands. It has been read as a very vulnerable position to be in, and that has been highlighted in the Finnish careful, pragmatic foreign policy as well. But if you look the other way around, it is strategically extremely crucial part of the world, missing piece of the puzzle. I didn't mention here the gates of St. Petersburg, but because there has to be a clear understanding that Russia has legitimate rights when it comes to right of passage through the Baltic Sea. Although it has been maneuvering lately through building, for example, infrastructure, gas pipelines, to a position that it can make security claims that are quite more extensive than they used to be. But Russia is in a spoke position, not a key hub on the Baltic Sea region. And if there's a defense planning based on the principles that Anna just mentioned, and Finland is of course supportive of that. We are a country, the Republic of Finland has always had it as a kind of a key value, a kind of extreme defensive position, not crossing the border. That has been one of the key points. But the Baltic Sea is a bit of a spoke for Russia. It's becoming difficult for them. They have a situation, what François said about having tools and for the right purpose. I don't think that what they did in Ukraine, they didn't use tools for the right purpose. If they wanted to change the European security order, look what they have caused. So they're using tools and they have mismanaged the situation quite badly so far. Let's see what the future brings. But then, of course, the Arctic, the far north, that has implications also when it comes to Finnish and Swedish joining NATO. And that is kind of the key element of it, not only the Baltic, but also the Arctic, the far north, how that is now better planned so that the status quo won't gradually, as it has been over the years when Russia has been rearming, it has been gradual, it hasn't been static, but dynamically changing towards for the Russian benefit in the region. So there is regional ramifications that go far beyond Swedish and Finnish NATO membership in here. The Gulf of Finland issue, it's a delicate thing. a narrow cape. Quite a lot of world trade happens through it. And our Estonian friends, of course, would like to pay quite a lot of attention to that aspect in the defense planning. But it is an issue that remains up in the air, and we still need to be focused on that. What does it mean for the Gulf of Finland as a strategic bottleneck? And that has been one of the key sensitivities. Does it disturb rather than secure? I see now that it is a moment of security is needed, and the Gulf of Finland has to be included in the equation, and especially Estonia from the Finnish angle. From the Swedish angle, the solidarity, of course, extends further. But it is going to be a key to a puzzle that has been so far ignored.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very interesting development we see with these two accessions, because it means that the British JEF, the Joint Expeditionary Brigade, the Northern Group, the diplomatic surrounding of this brigade, this cooperation led by Britain, which is partially NATO and was partially outside of NATO with Finnish and Swedish membership. This is one example of the dynamic of cooperation, partnerships that emerge because of strategic interests. And now Britain will have a leading role, in a way, as the only great power in the north in a northern European NATO. Whereas we see also that the deterrence effort of NATO will have to be very much also in Central Europe. So my question to Martin is really about defense cooperation among the Visegrad, which has been the weakest link, I think, in the otherwise quite extensive Visegrad cooperation. How do you see this developing, given that Hungary has had a much more cautious approach to Ukraine, as I think you put it, than has Poland?
Well, I think we should make a differentiation between talk and action here.
Yeah.
In the sense that if you look at the military modernization program of all the Central European countries, you would see that we are vying to meet the 2% pledge. All of us are having modernization programs to get rid of Soviet legacy equipment, and we have also increased planning and training cooperation on the ground. I think earlier this is Monday, so last week we hosted different elements from US Army Europe in Hungary for exercises. And we deployed to Romania, to other places. Hungary is going to be the lead nation of the Baltic Air Policing mission in Lithuania from August. So with the small quantities of equipment we have, we're trying to do whatever we can. Now, obviously, it's another question that whether this is enough to deter anybody in the neighborhood, and this is why we need the help of allies. But when it comes to military cooperation, I would like to once again underline that has been very effective recently. And obviously, we have some issues to be overcome when it comes to administration and day-to-day training on the ground, and also that for how long we can host elements of allied nations, progress is being made. And if I do not only speak for Hungary, but for the region, for example, Poland has been very consistent on calling for a permanent US presence on its soil, whether it's Camp Trump or something else. The name might be not so important at the moment. When it comes to politics, I think that's a different question in a sense that debate is not really taking place within NATO, but within the European Union. Mm-hmm. And once you open the Pandora's box of the European Union, you get issues which are closely interlinked. And everybody's trying to get better bargaining positions. Unfortunately for our Nordic friends, Turkey is doing the same in NATO at the moment. But in the European Union, you have lots of other strings attached. And because in the EU, as you highlighted very well, we're talking about economic sanctions, which are a bit more complicated than shoring up defense. Obviously, the debates are also more complicated. But I'm confident that there will be some compromise reached later this week at the European Council meeting, and that would resolve the situation for now. But even if there will be some compromise, I think these core insecurities of the Central European countries I've mentioned, that Slovakia is 100% dependent on Russian gas imports because they physically do not really have any other source. They're a landlocked country. They do not have an LNG port. And Poland has an LNG terminal in Świnoujście, but the interconnector is not ready yet. So if you cut them off the Russian supplies, it would be really hard for them to, keep the country powered up. And before we move on, these issues will have to be addressed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, clearly, I think I heard that there were all in all 9,000 sanctions launched on due to the Ukraine crisis and war. And one of them was Swiss luxury watches that are not going to be sold to the oligarchs. So I wonder whether they survive that. But clearly, sanctions, it used to be, as we say in Norwegian, god latin, good Latin, meaning correct procedure, that you would analyze the effects on yourself before you launch the sanction on somebody else, and that you would target sanctions to regimes, especially in authoritarian states, and not launch them on the general public. So sort of the god latin, the good Latin prescriptions have not really been followed in this enormous sort of wave of sanctioning people, culture, almost anything Russian. Yes?
Just very quickly, I think when we started out sanctioning Russia, the principle was out there that the sanctions should hurt Russia more than they hurt us. We might have forgotten about it in the past couple of weeks.
Yes, please, François.
Yeah, we must not forget that the sanctions were initially designed not to cope with the war in Ukraine, but to prevent it. The objective when we started talking about sanctions in January was to convince Putin that it would not be a good idea to launch a war. Mm-hmm. So the principle that you invoke did not apply since the sanctions did not apply. And when, to the surprise, I think, of most European countries, it appeared that Putin actually did attack, we were then caught in our own trap. That is, we actually had to execute the sanctions if we were not to lose all credibility. If we had not overestimated the deterrent value of sanctions, and I think that's the mistake we did. We actually overestimated the deterrent the deterrent effect. We probably would have been more careful. This brings us back to what you were saying about deterrence by denial. Deterrence by denial works because of the way it's built. You have to walk over us and fight us in order to get to your objective. And that is, I think, the basic lesson which all of our countries are now learning, and that is going to be forward defense, high upfront presence, and as far as Sweden and Finland are concerned, the ability to look very deep also into Russia. That is a dimension which one doesn't mention that often, but it's one of the things that Finland really brings to the table, because NATO was not plugged into the Finnish system until now.
Yes, thank you very much. Let's look a little ahead. And now the commitment to the commitment to winning this war has been clearly stated in Washington and in Kiev by the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State, and of course by President Biden. One is going to help the Ukrainians win so that Russia can never attack really another country again, which seems an extremely, well, not only ambitious goal, but perhaps or not wise to say loudly. One could have chosen to supply Ukraine, Article 51 of the UN Pact, slowly watching them winning, but not proclaiming what winning means beforehand. And of course, it's another fact that the one who decides here, it's the US, then it's the UK, Poland, Baltic states follow. There's a firm group of these countries supporting the US line, and then there's not much of an option for another line, sort of strategic line on the part of, let's say, France or Italy and so on. So this is the course of events. Well, if we look ahead, winning militarily must mean that one wants to, of course, dictate the political outcome, or the military strength gives you the political outcome, which may mean when you break it, you own it, said Colin Powell. When Russia breaks it, we own it. So if this is the outcome, there's a clear victory in Ukraine militarily, does that then mean that we will have not only the reconstruction cost, which will be immense, but of course one will want to include Ukraine quickly on a fast track into NATO and the EU, and have American bases perhaps in Ukraine, secure this enormous country as part of the Western sphere, so to speak. So this is maybe provocative, but it's a Clausewitzian logic to it. You win militarily, then you have a political gain. So how does that look? I mean, somebody mentioned the West Balkans striving to fulfill the map criteria, Bosnia, for instance, and feeling then left behind. You also have fast track of your two countries, but you're quite ready for it. But this seems to me to be a major geopolitical shift, and after the fighting follows the politics. So I'm just offering this as a thought for comments from the panel.
May I kick off?
Yeah, or the British now.
Why don't you go ahead? Why don't you go ahead?
Oh, it's because give way to you. But one of the problems we've got this term victory, because for military personnel it's quite straightforward what you have to achieve, and they're very well versed in getting there. The challenge is at what point do you hand it back over to political leaders in order to make sense of whatever military outcome you've achieved. And one of the difficulties we have at the moment is that there are many routes in which the outcome of this conflict could go. If you look at the short term, I think we're all expecting some kind of stalemate. As the Russian army reaches a culminating point, I can see Ben here at the front, he's written extensively about this subject. The problem is that, and you made the point at the beginning, if we think longer term, it is possible to conceive of a Russian military recovery quite quickly if we are premature in reaching for some kind of political settlement. We go too soon for a political settlement. So one of the things that Putin may well consider as a perfectly viable option is to grind his army down, achieve as much territorial space acquisition as possible between now and the winter of 2022-23, and then go firm, as the military would say. Remain where you are. You're in possession of more territory than you had at the beginning in February of 2022. You could then conduct a desultory war, broken back war, where you use that time to recover militarily. You use higher oil and gas prices to reconstruct the Russian economy. And it's not difficult to imagine, therefore, a Russian military recovery, as well as presenting poor Ukraine with something of a stalemate. Now, of course, there are other options, I think, and one of the things that I think keeps me awake at night is the possibility that Russia might learn something from this disastrous and illegal and immoral war that it's launched, and decide to pause in the next few months, and then to coordinate its future diplomatic and military activity with China, knowing full well that the Western world will be very hard-pressed to manage two conflicts and an economic war with both Russia and with China. So I think the really big challenge is not the immediate next few months. The really big debate that we should be having, and I know we're going to have this debate hopefully tomorrow, is much more about what do we do between the 3-year point from now, in 2025, through to the end of the 10-year point, because that is going to be the really critical point for this arrangement.
Yeah. I'll give my take on
Yes.
I'll begin with Russia. Putin's biological clock may have more time on it than Biden's biological and political clock, but still, he is a man of 70. He isn't going to be around forever. In other words, the Russia we're going to have to deal with in 10 years is probably not going to be the Russia of Putin.
Yes.
That we obviously have to bear in mind, and nobody has or can have any idea of what that Russia will look like. Will it look like Turkey's, like Kemal Atatürk's non-revisionist Turkey? That worked for 80 years, by the way. That was pretty good. Or will it look like one of the other failing empires after the First World War? Will it go into pieces like the Austro-Hungarian Empire? Will it have another authoritarian, totalitarian burst like Germany? Will it have an ideological transformation like the Russian Empire in 1917? Nobody knows. So to make brave statements like we will never do this, or we will never do that, or we will, it doesn't serve any purpose. You don't say we'll keep the sanctions forever. It's not, you can't say that. What you need to do is to beat Putin. And,
exactly.
and if there is a diplomatic outcome, to see what would be a manageable diplomatic outcome with Putin. What happens after, we don't know. On Ukraine, Ukraine has war aims which are very clear, very simple, dictated by the simplicity and the brutality of what has been done to it. And that is, as the ambassador put it this morning, the recovery of its territorial integrity, and its full sovereignty, including, of course, the right of the choice of its alliances and the groupings to which it wants to belong. If we find that Russia has been comprehensively beaten, and if Ukraine is in NATO and moving towards the European Union, which is always slower in any case, well, then would sanctions serve a purpose? I don't know, but it's not prima facie. That is also one way we'd have to find out. As for what will happen in the near future, for me, the basic scenario scenarios. One is that it's indeed attrition, what you indicated, stalemate, and Putin eventually accepting the Lloyd Austin, Konrad Scholz immediate ceasefire proposal, which would of course be enormously advantageous to Russia. Why the American SecDef made that suggestion, I still don't understand. He made it to Shoigu. He didn't get any. He got a lot less flack than Scholz. I mean, it's always more fun to beat up on the Germans than to beat up on the Americans. Clearly, at least in certain parts of the world. The other scenario is much more dynamic. One, and that is a counteroffensive by Ukraine against Kherson. There are signs that that may be in the initial stages of being set up. And the other one will be driven by a combination of countries from the West and possibly from the Third World. And that is, of course, the blockade issue. That will be the big topic of the next summer, and it will make the discussions on the diplomacy of the war enormously more interesting and complicated than they are now, which is another way of saying, here again, don't take definitive positions on the basis of what you know now, when you can assume that in 4 months' time you're going to know some very different things.
Exactly. All the insecurity and the risk. This is Clausewitz, of course, classic, that unintended consequences and many difficult intended ones. Comments on this big question? Shall we just take the four of you? We have then 3 minutes each. Go ahead, please.
Just on the scenario you posed, I think it's a very good point. I think there is no consensus, what I hear, about the future of Ukraine or Georgia or Bosnia-Herzegovina on EU membership or NATO membership ahead. So it's a completely confused discussion, and we need to do that better, I think, because we will have that dilemma to deal with. And I think one lesson learned that I'm fascinated about is that when this war started, I think it was clear. I mean, why has Sweden and Finland a fast track to NATO? Yes, of course, we are interoperable and trustworthy, we're EU members and all of that. But also, it's a win-win for the alliance, as we heard here, you know. If Sweden and Finland join, it will facilitate meeting the Russian threat. So how do we view Ukraine in that regard, or Georgia? So it has not been viewed in the same way, to be honest, because Georgia and Ukraine share that threat with us, but it has not been considered as vital for the alliance to have them with us. Has that changed now, is my question, with Ukraine? We say that Ukraine is fighting the war for us now, as a European state. But will that hold? I'm not sure. What about Georgia? What is the analysis? I don't think we are ready with this, and the Western Balkan as well. But if we don't take that analysis, someone else will come and fill that space, that is for sure. It can't be, it's also a big risk for us not having settled whether these are part of Europe on what conditions or not. So that is why we have to do the homework better.
The strategic ambiguity advantage versus the advantage of strategic leadership and the risk inherent. Yes, Germany, you're taking the risk.
Yeah, there are these debates, discussions in Germany about the end state, the war strategy. Should we support the view of the Ukraine winning, or should we be more careful? And everybody's looking at the chancellor because he's not clear about it. Everybody thinks, and thus suggesting that he might, together with Macron and Draghi, perhaps advocate for a ceasefire, thus prioritizing ending the war to making Ukraine win. I think that there are two main features that are dictating what Germany does now. The one is the dynamic that has forced it to make all these changes to its policy. It can't do anything else than support Ukraine now. And as long as this war is going on like it's going on now, Germany can't do anything else. It might do it slowly and in a very German way, but it has no choice but to support it. And then there's the longer view. And I think much of the German ambiguity comes from that we can see this now. We have to relate to certain principles, EU membership track. This is taking time. We need this time. We need to not only be show solidarity to those countries that are in line first, but we also want to properly check candidates before joining. So this is a long process. We can't agree just under this pressure now to a dynamic. And this might be typical Germany, but this kind of reflects some of the, as Germans like to say, responsibility they are feeling, not only for what they're doing, but how they represent Europe as large. But I think when you read the statements, there's a clear commitment to supporting Ukraine now. There's a clear commitment not to accept peace that is dictated to Ukraine. So you have all these statements, and they're there, very difficult to go behind them. So there's this short view and long view, and on the long view, you won't get any clear statements, I'm afraid, from a German side.
Yeah, that's it's also understandable. And Hungary would like a large buffer country in the EU and NATO to your east, wouldn't you?
Well, two things. First of all, on the one hand, we have President Biden saying that, for God's sake, this man cannot remain in power. But the last time the United States had to manage the disintegration of the Soviet Union, we ended up with the Chicken Kiev speech. Yeah. So might be a change in narrative, but substantially, I do not think that the United States is interested in the disintegration of Russia because of dozens of reasons, and we should be frank about that. The second is about the reconstruction of Ukraine. I mean, I personally never had any illusions that who will have to bankroll this, that will be the European Union, possibly taking out the loan to be able to finance this. But I think this is essential, not the loan part, but the reconstruction part. Because on the one hand, we need a stable, economically prosperous Ukraine, because otherwise we will have a mess on our doorstep. It is the European Union's interest to keep this country up and running, put them once again together. And ironically, maybe the war will help to dismantle those kind of oligarchic structures which have been hampering the modernization of the Ukrainian economy in the last 30 years. And the other is that if we think about the reconstruction, it's, to be very honest with ourselves, it's also a business opportunity for European companies. There will be lots of roads, rails, bridges, whatever to be built. There will be an undercapitalized market where European companies will have business opportunities. So it's not like, we're just going to throw a lot of money at Ukraine for charity. There's also a lot we can learn from this. And to be very honest, once again, coming from Hungary, this is what happened to us after the regime changed 30 years ago. We had lack of capital, so Western companies who had technology capital had lots of market access in the region. If you look at the retail chains in Central Europe, most of them are owned by German and French multinational companies. So there's a cost, obviously, but there's a lot of money that we can make out of this as well.
Maybe a win-win. And Finland's view of this?
My own vision, Francois was quite right that there's quite a lot of leeway and contingency when it comes to predicting the future, and there are a couple of key ingredients that we have to consider. The Russian case, what are going to be the dynamics of it, the democratic momentum, and how to manage that, how long-lasting that is going to be. And then of course, the history doesn't stop here in this position of two sides fighting for instrumental or ontological reasons. The resource scarcity, the Black Sea blockade is a good example of economic statecraft that is not so much perhaps meant to suffocate Ukraine, but to turn the world markets upside down. So hampering things, spoiling things for the West, affecting also the democratic solidarity when the prices go up, inflation rises, interest rates go up, then the voters suddenly do not perhaps care so much about external events. They vote for domestic reasons, and we don't know how predictable that is going to be. Reference to American elections was made in here. But for Russia, I think the clear answer is that usually when autocratic regimes cannot anymore externalize their internal tensions in effective outside campaigns, there's going to be consequences at home.
Yeah.
There's going to be somebody close to Putin who's going to say that I would have done this better. And if there were only 3 to 4 people deciding to launch the war, then there's going to be people close to that circle, but who are very sure that they would have done it more effectively. And that leads into internal cleansing instead of cleansing of Ukraine through this brutal campaign. And what does that mean when the reputation of Stalin has been restored again in Russia? So I see bleak, unpredictable scenarios for Russia, but I'm a little bit biased towards regressive, bleak scenarios in the future. So take that into account.
Thank you very much. This was perfect timing. We are now 3 seconds of 4 o'clock. 1 second, yes. No overtime. And a very interesting discussion. Thank you very much indeed. This is like the Olympics. That's 0-0, no overtime. No overweight, perhaps as well.
Thank you very much to Janne and the whole panel. This has been a great discussion. It's really been a long day, but I hope you have got new knowledge and good arguments for fruitful debates and discussions in the forthcoming days. We are back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and then you will meet our chief of the Norwegian Armed Forces. You will meet Ben Hodges, US General, sitting here in front of us. They are going to discuss the conventional war that is back in Europe. And we will also have a panel on future war, hybrid threats, and end it all with a discussion with Norwegian politicians. That one will be in Norwegian. But it will be a very interesting morning here again tomorrow. And thank you to all the main speakers and also for your questions. This is so important that we engage in debate and discussion and open up for all kind of arguments. That's what makes us different than our adversaries. Thank you today and have a nice evening, people. Go out in the nice evening.